O ata Maree e koutou, nei rata mihi kia koutou i tēnei ata, hoki mai ki tēnei hui o tātou, te kōrero i pāna nā mahere a tau, nei te mihi kia koutou. So welcome back, councillors, welcome back to our presenters we have in our room who are coming up shortly, and to those that may be watching online. This is day 2 of our annual plan hearings. So the resumption of our 596th council meeting. And we've definitely got a quorum present, so that's good. I've just got an apology for lateness from Councillor East. So just to note that. And if Councillor Cranwell may be online at some point, like he was yesterday, and Councillor Diche as well, but we haven't heard from them at the moment. So we're going to get straight into it if you're ready, Pam. So no mai hara mai. Pam, it's great to see you. We did have someone else before you, but that person's decided not to present today. So we're going to go straight to you, and it's great that you're here in person, Pam, so yes. Good to see you.
Well, I'm having a baby's day today. Just after this weather, and my husband fell off the farm bike, so I've been very busy at home, and it's time for me, so I thought I'll do it around here. Anyway,
great. So you've got 10 minutes, as you know, and if you leave some time for us to ask questions, that'll be great. Put your mic on. That's
yeah, they did explain to me that.
Yeah.
My submission is very brief, just a couple of pages, and it's about it's vital that budgets to address biosecurity matters are maintained or increased, and not seen as an easy way to cut the budgetary constraints. So I sincerely mean that. And weeds and pests on Banks Peninsula, and I'm sure that you will have heard from quite a few people, are a very important issue to us. And if we're going to keep Banks Peninsula and its significant Indigenous vegetation in safe hands, we need to be looking at how we're doing it and what we're doing. So I am, as I said there, it says I'm the chair of the Feral Goat Eradication Operation, a member of the Feral Pig Eradication Group, and I'm chair of the Banks Peninsula Biosecurity Advisory Group. And I've been involved with Environment Canterbury since 1992 on weeds and pests, so it's a long time that I've been involved. And so we've seen several changing situations over the year. But I really appreciate the role of a biosecurity advisory group. And I think they were just starting to get their straps, get into gear and look at how they do things. And so I would be delighted, even though I've got a real conflict of interest. I still think that they're a very valuable tool of having the community, the interface between the community, science and Environment Canterbury. So the weeds are a huge task ahead of us, and Simon Upton has actually talked about that. There's researchers out there that are telling information about us, and the Bioprotection Aotearoa New Zealand is looking at a lot of science work around Indigenous vegetation, defining eco-health and health, understanding weeds in the landscape, and farming for resilience was the last meeting that I attended on the 28th of April. The community is not well informed, and it's the importance of the marine environment, particularly around Banks Peninsula. And we need to work collaboratively and use some of the tools available. We cannot resolve things on our own, so we do need to work in partnership. And we need to know what the weeds are out of place, because what you look at a weed or what you think is a plant out of place may be someone else's that they adore, a bit like pig's ear. So yeah, there are a lot there that we need. And the community is very important that we actually work with them. Climate change and the emerging weeds, the impacts of wind-blown seed, fire and other deduced plants, and the vectors. We're not thinking about them very much at the moment, which is waterways, our roadsides, and bringing in shingle and that on our roads, moving machinery around. There's a whole lot of things that we need to be aware of, and we need people on the ground that understand the issues so that they can share them with our community. So pest-free Banks Peninsula, we need to see that expanded to other things. We're working with them in feral goats and feral pigs, but we also need to see feral deer. We need to understand the Runanga view a bit more clearly. We need to improve monitoring and ongoing research and working alongside communities, the importance of sharing knowledge and tools, new tools. But we need to understand what is sustainable weed and pest control, and what should we be focusing on, because there's only a limited amount of money. So, look, and I'm aware that there's dwindling funding, and it is a considerable concern. So, look, I could talk for hours about things and and talk to what we've been doing, what we've done over the years, what's worked well. I'll let you ask me a few questions if you've got a few questions. Otherwise, I'll fill my time in with something else that I've got on the table here.
Kia ora, Pam. Yeah, we've definitely got some questions. So Ian's first, then Peter, and then Genevieve, and then Claire.
Pam, I note you say that the Peninsula suffers from the same issues around hunters releasing pigs in particular, I imagine, but in your case you refer to goats. Have you got a view as to how we might be able to curb that particular scourge?
Well, we've got to take photographs of it. We've got to take photographs of it. We've got to watch our neighbours and what they're up to. I do hear that there may have been a release of deer on Kinloch, which is a real sad story. I'm not sure, but we'll need to keep our ear to the ground. We have been working together, and I imagine Penny Carnaby talked about it yesterday, and working with MPs to look at how we could become pest-free banks or feral-free, ungulate-free Banks Peninsula. But it is a challenge because farmers want something to shoot. They should focus on the Canada geese in the lake would be far better than reintroducing things.
Are the landowners themselves releasing some of these, do you think?
Maybe.
Right.
Ian, thanks, Pam. Peter.
Yeah, great effort since '92, Pam, to be involved in this stuff. And it's always good to have you in the room because you speak a lot of sense. I just want to, highlight the pest thing around plants, because it's, again, at the start of the week I had a board meeting with Manahuna project, which is predator free, and but they're saying that the next thing that's coming along is the plant thing. Have you seen an increase lately, like in the last 10 years, in terms of pest plants, or is it just something that's always been there?
Well, what is a pest? What is a pest? It's a plant out of place. And I was just talking before about pig's ear. It certainly is blowing around in the wind. Yes, there will be an increase in weeds, and it's very difficult to keep on top of it. And how do we do it? The catchment groups are vital. Pest-free Banks Peninsula should be keeping their eyes out for weeds when they're out on their path. Park rangers should be on there. Everybody should have, like Environment Canterbury, and you found the great willow herb over in Pigeon Bay. So it's about all of us having eyes and ears out there. And if we see something that looks different, report it.
A lot of sense, eh, Peter? That's good. Thank you, Pam. Genevieve.
Thanks, Pam, for coming in and speaking. Just with regards to basically what Peter Scott was saying just before, with regards to Indigenous vegetation and sourcing eco-sourced plants for Banks Peninsula, do you think there's actually adequate sourcing in the area for the plants you need for the regeneration work? And if there's not, what do you think the answer is?
No, there's not enough. There's huge amount of work. The City Council's got its own nurseries. We all use eco-sourced, but there's not enough to come from the ecological districts. If we're coming from Akaroa, there's not enough seed source from the Akaroa area or the Littleton. They're all, and I think there was talk of, perhaps if you have eco-sourced, it's eco-sourced from Banks Peninsula, not from the specific ecological district. But yes, we need to see nurseries that are doing it. We need to put orders in early. Department of Conservation needs to be out there doing things. So we need to just see a whole lot more. There are a lot more nurseries that are doing it, but the lists that are doing Banks Peninsula ones, it's probably not terribly clear where who those nurseries are.
Just to tack on to that, do you think there's a sort of a guesstimate of what is required, like percentage-wise, like how much, like threefold more type thing, or you're not sure? It hasn't been.
I haven't got a clue. I haven't honestly got a clue. I'm the chair of the co-governance group at Takapuneki, and the amount of plants that are going into that is just incredible. But the City Council is well organised and do it early and get their orders in early and, of course, grow some of their own. So it is about being prepared. And if anybody's going to do any work, they need to be well prepared and know that they're planting their plants right and caring for them those first few years well.
Thanks, Genevieve. Claire.
Yeah, thank you, Genevieve. Thank you, Pam, for coming in and talking to us. And just picking up your point around pest plants being different people will have different views on what that pest plant is. So staff are actually starting to think about doing the pest management review. Do you have some ideas of how we might develop some principles? Because there will be a lot of people bring their ideas to the table around what they would like to see in that strategy, but we know that you can't put everything in. Do you have some idea of how we might establish some of those principles?
Well, importantly, the Biosecurity Advisory Group, John Clements and I are coming up with an idea of how to get another list that actually goes into the pest management plan, because there are hundreds of them. But we're very passionate about garden escapees, and there's a whole host of them. So we're just looking at a way and looking at going to perhaps MPI and having discussions with them of how we could implement it. So we are looking at that, Claire, but everything just doesn't happen overnight. So, but we're working through that issue.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pam. Is that sort of like an emerging issue list that could go in the pest management plan or something along those lines?
It would be an attachment that went to the regional pest management plan. At the last Biosecurity Advisory Group meeting, we went through a process of exclusion, not known within of getting something into this plan, and it was very difficult. And even us thinking about it with a little bit of knowledge, we were very challenged. So but it is about thinking about other innovative ways in which we can do it.
Thank you. Hey, thanks so much, Pam, for your presentation. As always, like Peter said, you always speak a lot of sense to us, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and it's very helpful. So thank you so much for your...
So we are very wet peninsula. We've dried out very quickly. We've got fewer issues around the slope in Akaroa with families evacuated, but we're working through the issues.
Kia ora, Pam. Thank you.
Is that on or off?
All good. Thank you. And David, I know you're in the room, so we're going to, if you're happy to go right now, we'll take you now rather than make you sit through a break. And then we'll have a break after that. So come up to the table. And another person that has contributed a lot to our submissions over the last long time. So thank you, David. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pauling. Tēnā koutou katoa, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today on the Halswell Residents Association submission to your draft annual plan. So I'm the Treasurer, David Hawke. With me would normally be John Burnett, our Chair, but he is on the West Coast in Hukihuki. I'm quite envious, actually. Anyway, our submission focuses on the public transport content of the draft annual plan. But before I get into talking about our submission, I just want to thank ECAN for including our association in your Route 7 Uplift event last week. We really enjoyed being part of the event and getting to talk with people we don't usually get to see. I think had we known who we were going to see, we might have brought a list, but that wasn't the case. But anyway, Adele, our secretary, Adele Gerard, was able to spend quite a bit of time with Green Party MP Lan Pham, who you will obviously know, and explain to her a lot of the public transport access issues that we have in Halswell, because she lives in a different part of the city. She had been unaware of those. And for my part, I sat on the bus with James Cagle from Whakatau. And something relevant to today, I think, that popped into our discussion was his explanation of the importance of the former Red Bus Depot on Ferry Road as a future electric bus recharging site. We'd actually been bending the ear of MPs and City Council about using industrial sites like that for housing. So our advocacy in terms of that site will actually change. So again, thank you very much for that opportunity. He and I also talked about accessibility at bus stops, and both agreeing that there's a lot needs to be done. And we're going to cover that question in just a few moments. We were puzzled about an abundance of ground level car yards inside the 4 avenues, and maybe you can use your power and authority with City Council to have some better land use in that area. But back to our submission. So our responses to your focus questions are pretty self-explanatory, so I won't go through them. But we spend quite a bit of space in our submission on the outcome measures and service measures that you use for public transport. So we've long argued, I'd have to say largely unsuccessfully, for changes there. But maybe at this point we can bring in the implementation of Motus Move, the new ticketing system. A change to the draft annual plan that we request in our submission is more information on how the data from Motus Move will be used. We had understood that that data would allow much more fine-grained planning. So bringing in things like gender, age differences would be really fantastic. And we had understood that a key motivation for adopting that system was that fine-grained data. But there's no indication in the draft plan about this, and we would really like you to do a bit of a look forward on that. We had actually understood that the Transport Agency was going to do the data analysis centrally. We're not sure, but maybe all those analysts have been fired. But your plan needs to make this clear, and how Motus Move data will be both gathered, interpreted and used to improve services. That would be a fantastic thing in your annual plan. So back to the outcome measures, bearing in mind the Motus Move data. We know that the outcome measures come from the long-term plan, but annual plan is still a good opportunity to update those based on any new information. So we're going to have a bit of an overview of some of those. Rather than in sequence like PQR, we're going to do a sort of more of a priority approach. So top of our list, inclusive access, which is outcome Q, particularly percentage of households within 400 metres of network bus stops is targeted to increase, which is Q1B. So that outcome measure assumes that all bus stops can be used by people with compromised mobility or the elderly or even people under 6 foot tall. And there are actually some shockers out there. So I cope very well. But my wife, who is about 5'4", really struggles with a lot of bus stops. And that sort of thing, there needs to be some revised outcome measure wording that addresses those sorts of issues. And we've got a draft text for you provided in our submission. So then, as I'm sure you know, the increased percentage with 400 metres actually cannot happen in Halswell under presently configured routes. We've raised the issue of route review over many years, but nothing seems to happen, and we're afraid the same will happen again with this annual plan. As we argue, the process of route review, how it's going to happen, actually needs to be spelled out in a lot more detail. So obviously you're not going to go on what the result would be, but actually the process as to how that's going to happen over the next 12 months is really important. Then we go to outcome P, accessibility of public transport. So because of the way Halswell has been set out as a low-density car-dependent suburb, we actually don't think route review is going to fix the problem. So we have to think of other ways. So park and ride is obviously one option, but it's in Halswell anyway, it's too late for that. So other possibilities. So one of these is secure bike storage. So that's secure covered bike storage. So that first mile, last mile option, so enabling connectivity to the routes. And we understand that that's a City Council responsibility, but again, it would be really good to see that spelt out in your annual plan. Now there's another one which we've brought up many, many times, the question of which is more important, a bus that leaves on time or passengers whose bus leaves on time. I'm not sure whether you don't agree with that or it's too hard, but actually the Motus Move data provides a really good opportunity for you to fine-tune that outcome measure and actually pull it across to actual passengers. And then finally on the list of outcome measures is reducing the impacts of vehicle emissions. We're puzzled that you haven't included particulate emissions there when these are the primary issue with diesel vehicles. So if you included PM 2.5, I think you probably know what that means, but I can explain if you want to, would fix what we see as an error in your outcome measure and it'll actually go really well for you because of your conversion to an electric bus fleet. The final topic we want to bring to your attention is our presentation to City Council of our submission on their draft annual plan, specifically their intention to delay for another 2 years the already delayed public transport priority lane from Curletts to Wrights Road. You'll know that the construction of the State Highway 75 portion is well underway and the Whiteley to Morehouse Ave section was completed some years back. We noted the submission, it's the issue of delay in our submission, and you might have figured that we were pretty upset about it. However, we just want to update you on the reception we got from City Council when we talked to them about that delay. We spent most of our allocated 10 minutes with City Council on that issue, and in terms of the reception we got, we were actually pleasantly surprised, with the Mayor, Phil Major, noting that it made absolutely no sense to delay. The proposed delay would create a bottleneck in the system. So on that happy note, we'll leave it there. Thanks for listening. Kia ora.
Got it, David. Thank you for that. Vicky, Ian, Dion and Claire. So where you go, Vicky?
Yeah, thank you. I was interested in the comment that you made about your wife's use of bus stops and being 5'4", and just what was the reasoning behind that you were alluding to? What the difference is between being 6 foot and 5'4"? Is it the walking speed, or is it about safety and concern standing at particular bus stops, or what was your?
So the issue there is getting on and off the bus. So there's a particular bus stop that we have used in, I don't know how well you know Halswell, but it is in Oakridge Street. So it's on the Route 7 bus, and the bus stop is actually over the cutout in the pavement to access the, to access the driveway. And, well, I can do it, but she really struggles. So, and that sort of, I guess you would say it's looking at the world through typically a male of my sort of stature's eyes.
And thank you for that, because we do quite a lot of data using age group analysis, but to the best of my knowledge, we've done nothing with public transport looking at gender difference in terms of responses. So you've just, and I hadn't even thought that. So thank you for bringing that to us. That's really useful. Thank you.
Ian?
David, thank you for your submission, but you referenced the number of car dealerships in the inner city in relation to Ferry Road. Can you just elaborate on what it was? Are you suggesting that should become the bus depot, or are you suggesting it's just an inappropriate land use?
Yeah, thank you. So that's just...
button, David.
So that's just an inappropriate, well, what we would see as not an inappropriate land use, but a somewhat wasteful land use. So it's nothing against car yards in particular, but it's that what we see in Halswell is this great spread of housing across versatile soils with infrastructure challenges and all the rest of it. Yet here we are using single level, ground level car parks. That particular thing was not to do with the ferry roadway. Yep.
Thank you. Dion.
Thanks. Again, thanks for your advocacy on these matters, and it's been really good to work with you over the years. I just wanted to understand what you were meaning around your comments in the service measure, which was the running late or the time on the buses. Are you referring to when if a bus is late and it's full? Can you just explain that a little bit more? Sorry, sure. Just trying to.
Yep, sure. So what we have there, if you think of buses are obviously spread through the day. So when a bus starts its run at, say, 6:30 in the morning, it'll probably be empty. Well, not empty, that's not right. It will have a low passenger rating. Then if you go to a bus that leaves at, let's say, 8 a.m, it will be packed to the eyeballs. And the way that service measure works is that it weights those two buses equally. Yeah.
That's a very good point. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Dale. Claire?
Yeah, thanks, David, for coming and presenting, and definitely take on board some of your thinking around that, the outcome measures. I'm just curious as to how you think that we could measure PM 2.5 effectively and isolated it just to the public transport, given that there are quite a number of diesel vehicles in the wider community that's also exhausting into this atmosphere. And also we've got certainly increasing numbers of hybrids and electric vehicles as well. So how would we measure and then use that to quantify against an outcome?
From my understanding, all of the measures, all of the actual measurands in that outcome measure are based on atmospheric analysis. And so they don't have to, there's nothing that needs to be tied to a tailpipe or anything like that. It's just that you're measuring something, in this case at a regional level, or from my perspective at a city level, and watching those changes with time. And so, for example, when I know at one point you had automated monitoring equipment at Ara. And so that was part of a network that enabled that sort of analysis to carry out. And it's actually quite a straightforward analysis. What you would actually see over time, as you say, is the bus, as people move to hybrids, as people with buses, it's gone to all electric fleets, what you would expect is that particulate measure would trend down. And actually taken over a century timescale, that would just continue a process that's been going on for a long time as coal-fired power, home heating and so on is phased out.
Okay, thank you for that, because I'd sort of understood that you were attaching it to the actual bus public transport use. So thank you for that clarity.
Thanks, Claire. Any other questions from councillors? No. Hey, thank you, David, once again for your thoughtful presentation on behalf of the Halswell Residents Association. Always appreciate your great advice and great support to our process. So thank you, David. Thanks so much.
Kia ora, thank you.
Now, due to the way that we have people self-selecting their time slots for this annual plan hearings, we've got a little break now. So I know we've just started, but we've got someone coming in at 10:45. So there's a little break. We got ahead of ourselves because we brought David slightly earlier. So the next person, is at 10:45.
Mary O'Brien, who was 10:30, is now 1:05.
Yeah, that's right. And Mary, who was meant to be at 10:30, is now 1:05. So sorry, some people have changed around. So just got a bit of a break, and we'll be back at 10:45. So we'll adjourn until then. Thank you. Kia ora anō koutou, so welcome back. And we've got Paula in the room, so kia ora Paula and a colleague. So come up to the table, and Paula's another one of our people that have seen us many times before, and Paula's from the Summit Road Society. I am Bill. Kia ora, Bill. So welcome along. So we've got 15 minutes down for you, and so in that time, that's for questions as well. So if you want a few questions at the end, leave a bit of time for us to do that. So over to you, Paula and Bill. Kia ora.
Right. Just checking. Yeah, that's on.
Yep.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Paula Jameson, President of the Summit Road Society, and with me is Bill Martin, our General Manager. The Summit Road Society dates back to 1948, following advocacy by John Jameson to restore his grandfather's legacy. And this legacy was in reference to the work of Harry L. Both his rest houses and reserves had suffered during the war years. From 1906, Harry had secured remnants of the remaining bush on the Port Hills and Banks Peninsula as reserves, and Kennedy's Bush was the first of those, but it was being grazed. The signs of the bellbird, kiwi and packhorse had all been vandalised, and one of the first jobs of the fledgling society was to fence Kennedy's Bush. Now, I should admit here that I'm the great-granddaughter of Harry L., and John Jameson's my father. During the 1960s, there was concern that development on the upper reaches of the Port Hills, and this saw the Summit Road Protection Act put into place, in which no structures or tall trees were to be planted within 30 vertical metres of the road. But this was always open to challenge, as seen by the Gondola Project, and dare I say it, even more so under the current government. The Summit Road Society recognised that owning land is the best means of protection. So through legacies and donations today, the Society owns and manages 4 reserves on the Port Hills, covering 530 hectares. We've got Omahu Bush and Gibraltar Rock, Ōtautahi and Linda Woods reserves. And we operate 4 volunteer groups, and last year these volunteers undertook some 8,000 hours of work, including some work on City Council-owned land. They were doing weed control, predator control, and building and maintaining track networks. And notably, all our reserves are open to the public. We also lead the Predator-Free Port Hills initiative, which is a thriving community movement that has now seen more than 2,000 households join the effort to reduce predator numbers and protect native species. We're currently active in 15 communities across the Port Hills and Lyttelton Harbour. Now, this community-led work, which was some 7,000 hours last year, is laying a critical foundation for a predator-free Banks Peninsula as we operate in the peri-urban fringe, and then more broadly, a predator-free Waitaha. ECAN has helped support the growth of predator-free Port Hills, and we're pleased to see continued funding for the Waitaha Action to Impact Fund, which we have benefited from. Our long-term vision includes restoring native vegetation to the gullies of the Port Hills. Among other benefits, native reforestation of the gullies will store carbon, create habitat for native species, reduce fire risk, and reduce sediment pollution in the Opawaho, Heathcote River, and Whakatau, Lyttelton Harbour. These landscape-scale projects require leadership from city, district, and regional councils, and collaborations between councils, community groups, private landowners, and hapu. As I mentioned, our reserves are open to the public and form part of a wider connected ecosystem supporting both biodiversity and recreation. We strongly support ECAN's stated commitment to nature-based solutions. However, we note with concern that wildfire remains underrepresented in both the long-term plan and the draft annual plan. We could call this the omitted risk. ECAN's 2024 plan rightly states that climate change poses risks to our ecosystems from droughts, floods, as we well know, pests, invasive species, and wildfire. But beyond this one mention of wildfire, the plan is virtually silent on fire resilience, and we think this is a dangerous omission. We consider fire on the Port Hills and Banks Peninsula one of the biggest threats to what little Indigenous biodiversity remains in this area. With climate change increasing the risk of prolonged dry periods, we urge ECAN to prioritise wildfire recovery and planning for fire resilience, to acknowledge and actively discourage planting of fire-prone species such as pine, and dare I include Kānaka and Mānaka, on the Port Hills. And we urge ECAN to support the planting of Indigenous fire-resilient species, particularly as green fire breaks around native bush areas. We're immensely grateful for the support received through the Christchurch Biodiversity Fund, including recent funding that enabled weed control and maintenance of the plantings in Avoca Valley. This is a project that's already seen over 52,000 native species established, with another 5,500 going in this winter. This support's not just appreciated, it's essential. Multi-year funding in particular gives us the certainty we need to plan and act at the landscape scale. For example, our restoration of Avoca Valley benefited greatly from co-funding from ECAN that allowed us to win the Jobs for Nature program. But that funding has ended and the work is far from done. Ongoing support from ECAN is critical. So we urge the Council to continue and increase the Christchurch Biodiversity Targeted Rate, which, as you'll know, was heavily oversubscribed. We would like ECAN to extend the targeted rate to the Selwyn district side of the Port Hills, so as not to exclude reserves such as Omahu Bush, Ahuriri Scenic Reserve and Kennedy's Bush. These reserves contain some of the finest examples of native bush close to the population centres of Taitapu, Lincoln and Rolleston. The targeted rate also excludes our predator-free activity in Taitapu and excludes projects like Te Kakaho, Kakakura, the TKK project. And this project aims to restore a thriving and resilient Indigenous forest to the southern Port Hills. We're pleased to see that the Banks Peninsula targeted rate, that specific rate, has been maintained as a standalone fund, and we ask you to ensure it is adjusted for inflation. Now, while predator control efforts have gained momentum, there is an equally urgent and often overlooked threat, and that is of invasive weeds. Many species are not yet declared pests in the Canterbury Regional Pest Management Plan, but as serious environmental weeds. And these include Himalayan honeysuckle, blackberry, spur valerian, elder, evergreen buckthorn, hawthorn, the list goes on, and they're spreading. They're invading established natural ecosystems and they're suppressing natural regeneration. Despite this, funding and coordination for weed control remains piecemeal and insufficient. Now, looking ahead, the recent Environment Canterbury workshop on refreshing the Canterbury biodiversity strategy is a positive step. We fully support its core goals to protect, restore and sustainably manage Indigenous biodiversity. But to succeed, the updated strategy must directly address the risk of wildfire, include environmental weeds in its scope, and recognise the threats posed by subdivision, recreation development, and habitat fragmentation on the Port Hills. To conclude, we applaud the bold move ECAN has taken to establish the Biodiversity Fund through the targeted rate. This is a genuine investment in the future for biodiversity, climate resilience, and community well-being. However, we respectfully ask that ECAN continues and grows these funding streams. We ask that wildfire and weed threats are given the strategic and financial attention they urgently deserve, and that ECAN continues to walk alongside community groups like ours, who are doing the mahi on the ground every single day. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you for listening, and we'll welcome any questions.
Tēnā koe, Paula. Tēnā koro ko Hoki. So thank you again for your great submission. I do have a question at the moment from Grant and then Ian, and then we'll go round from there. So there you go, Grant.
Thanks very much for your submission. It's really good. I was just wanting to concentrate on page 3 of your submission regarding the fact that there are parts of Banks Peninsula within the Selwyn district that are kind of missing out on that holistic approach to not only biodiversity, I suppose, but also taking advantage of a bit more of a holistic approach. Are there moves by your organisation and other Banks Peninsula groups to look at the holistic Banks Peninsula as a whole so that you can engage with Christchurch City Council as well as Selwyn District Council to advance that protections and the work that you're doing?
Oh, just push the button, yeah.
We certainly interact with Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, the Rod Donald Trust, Living Springs. I think we feel there, if the Port Hills plan, for instance, the City Council Port Hills plan actually came to fruition, that would bring more of the groups on the Port Hills together. And Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust really does include the Port Hills. So those groups, we do talk to each other, but I certainly agree with you, there could be more coordination.
Just quick supplementary. So because the Christchurch biodiversity rate is a targeted rate to Christchurch people, I suppose what you're suggesting is that in the future a joined up approach with the Selwyn District Council so that they're on board with a similar kind of proposal, and that would be something you'd have to look at.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that if the area that the rate targets increases, then the funds that are generated by that rate will increase proportionately. So it does sort of make sense to include those southern Port Hills. Yeah.
Thanks, Grant. Thanks, Bill and Paula. Ian.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for a really clear, very well-written submission, and in particular around your proposals around supporting the funding mechanisms. But I wanted to talk about wildfires, and you talk about planting natives as opposed to pine trees. I've got no argument with that. But most wildfires in country areas start in grass, unkempt grass, and spread to more flammable species. Have you got a view as to how we can manage unkempt grass, or closely, by whatever mechanism, to prevent the fires getting going in the first place?
Potentially that comes down to the crop husbandry by the local landowners, the farmers, and in Omahu Bush, for instance, we have an open area that is grazed, and it's ostensibly to allow views of Gibraltar Rock, but it also provides us with what we feel is, a considered fairly good fire break. The City Council has taken a lot more effort over the last summer to keep the roadsides mown, lower down. But for us, it's the issue of really green fire breaks, and with that, keeping grass down. So we smother out the grass side. But by the time it gets to the Summit Road, it's usually a fairly well-established fire.
Can I just add that the feedback we got was that the approach is a combination of tools, grazing where possible, although I appreciate that's not always possible. For us on the Port Hills, keeping tracks mown and using green fire breaks, which essentially establish natives that slow down the spread of the fire. And the combination is that this gives fire and emergency more time. Yeah.
Through collaboration that I'm involved with Paula and the Summit Road Society, Te Kākahu Kahukura, we've done a little bit of work on that with Tim Curran and other experts and Fire and Emergency New Zealand on looking at those options. So you're right, Bill, it's a real range of options, isn't it, that we need to look at and try and educate landowners and councils and agencies to help support that. So there's some good work going on in the background as well. I know Paula mentioned the Port Hills plan that CCC are doing, and we're trying to contribute into that as well to get some good reflection of these things in there. Joe.
Yeah, thank you. And I read a biography about Harry L, and he was an extraordinary visionary. And I wish we'd have listened to some of his advice around keeping some pockets of native bush across the plains. Just around the biodiversity targeted rates, 8 out of the 8 community grants through the targeted rate were awarded onto Banks Peninsula and Banks Peninsula projects, and you've mentioned extending it to Selwyn, but would you also support seeing some of that community grant funding going into our city habitats as well?
Yes, I think if we can expand the islands of Indigenous bush, right out onto the plains, I don't think we should just be keeping things from our perspective on the Port Hills. I mean, we've got our land to try and look after, but the broader and wider scope of Indigenous bush right across Waitaha is really important. But again, if fire and if there is planting, the consideration of more fire resilient species could be embraced. I think that would be really useful.
Thank you again. So thank you, councillors, for the questions, and thanks, Paula and Bill, again for your great, thoughtful submission, and also the great work the Summit Road Society continues to do and has done for a long time. So thank you so much. Kia ora. Yeah. So I think we're going to carry on. Sharn, you're in the room. So kia ora. I think we'll carry on and get into you've got a couple of submissions. I know that you've slots that you've got here. So welcome to the table. So I know you've got a personal one, but also first up your submission on behalf of the Malvern Community Board. So thank you again for your submission. And basically you got 10 minutes for those 2 different slots. Leave us some time for questions if you want some questions. And I'll hand over to you when you're ready to go.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Sharn Nu'u. I'm here today on behalf of the Malvern Community Board to speak about public transport. Hi, John. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you for considering what we have to say. I appreciate that after the preliminary long-term plan public transport consultation, that out of that has come a proposal for a Darfield to Rolleston bus service trial. I'm just going to read off my submission if that's okay. Thank you. The board submitted on the Regional Public Transport Plan in October 24. In the submission, the board represented the Malvern ward. The board mentioned Westmelton had come into the Malvern ward in 2022. Westmelton Township is part of the Greater Christchurch Partnership, as a side note. The board mentioned that Westmelton, Kiwi and Darfield are included in the Selwyn District's growth plan. The board mentioned that Malvern does not have the facilities or amenities to support the current growth, particularly basic healthcare, childcare, social services, education, fitness and leisure centres and supermarkets. The board mentioned that previous trials were unsuccessful for a Darfield to Rolleston service. However, the population has grown substantially since 2015. That submission can be found as Appendix A. The board presented their submission to the Public Transport Hearing Panel in November 24. The Speaker provided statistical data on actual growth and projected growth for the area. And when it says the Speaker, I'll just say me because I was the one who spoke. I provided targeted data for youth and elderly, which the board believes will be the majority of targeted users for peak and off-peak services. I took the opportunity to once again elaborate on the need for these groups to have access to facilities and amenities that are not available in Malvern. I acknowledged that Environment Canterbury is well aware of the need in Malvern for additional bus services into Christchurch City and an additional return service. It was also acknowledged that Environment Canterbury had in the past not been able to provide additional services due to lack of government funding. I presented an alternative viable option to be considered via a local shuttle operator. I recommended targeted consultation with the Malvern community to understand the needs of the Malvern ratepayers. My notes can be found in Appendix B. Consultation and community engagement. The board thanks Environment Canterbury for hearing our previous submissions and initiating community consultation with our delegated board member, myself, and Councillor Glidden. I just want to say thank you to John and his team for coming out and spending the time with us. That was something I hadn't experienced on my term on the board, so it was really cool to have that level of engagement. The board thanks Environment Canterbury for engaging directly with our communities, namely West Melton and Darfield, and I believe that John spent a day at Field Days in Kiwi as well, so thank you for taking the time. This is our annual plan submission. The board is in strong support of the concept of the annual plan proposal to provide additional bus services to the communities of Malvern. That said, there has been overwhelming feedback from ratepayers regarding the additional costs that will be imposed on their current targeted rate. The board acknowledges the need for a rate change to ensure the services can be provided to the users of public transport. The board acknowledges that no funding will be provided by government to subsidise the proposed additional services. The board wishes Environment Canterbury's consideration of an additional 86 service to Christchurch in the trial. This would be preferable to a Darfield to Rolleston service. The board expresses that they have been approached by a private entity who would be willing to work alongside the community to provide a viable solution for Darfield to Rolleston on a user pays basis. There is a risk that the desired 75 packs per day will not be achievable, which could make the cost less viable for the members of the Malvern communities. This would need to be a trial base. The board would like to invite Environment Canterbury to consider this as a possible cost-effective solution to complement the Community Vehicle Trust. If 4C is a possibility, Malvern Community Board would be willing to facilitate any engagement required. The board asks that if 4C is not considered and the option of a targeted rate trial is the preferred option selected by Council, we ask that Rolleston be included in the targeted rate as Malvern residents already pay a rural rate for public transport, which is currently $22.40, with increases due in the proposed annual plan and is separate to the targeted rate that is presented in the annual plan. The board acknowledges that if the trial does not go ahead, it might be another 5+ years for before Environment Canterbury chooses to look into public transport services to accommodate the Malvern residents. The board requests that if the trial progresses, that engagement with our communities is implemented cohesively with Environment Canterbury and the board for effective engagement. The board strongly supports a flat fare structure for public transport rather than an intra-district fare zone system. The flat fare is the most equitable and effective way to incentivise public transport use, ensuring affordability and simplicity for all residents regardless of the location within the district. Introducing multiple fare zones within the district could create unnecessary complexity and discourage public transport use, particularly for those in rural and semi-rural areas. A flat fare system would help make public transport a more viable and attractive option, supporting greater uptake and reducing reliance on private vehicles. We urge Environment Canterbury to prioritise a fair and accessible fare structure that encourages public transport use and benefits the entire community. Reluctantly, the board would prefer a 2-zone structure than a 3-zone structure. No mihi nui koutou. Thank you for hearing my submission.
Kia ora, Sharn. Tēnei te mihi kia koe. Mō tō kōrero i tēnei ata. Thank you so much for your submission, and a lot of really great points in there. I know I've got questions at the moment from Dion and Ian, and I'm sure there might be others. So Dion, there you go.
Kia ora, thanks for your submission and your advocacy for your community. I was just curious on your point 4A in your submission, which was your statement saying there is a risk that the desired 75 packs per day will not be achievable. Is that you as the board thinking that there wouldn't be more than 75 people a day using, whether it's a private service or a publicly funded service? Do you think that that's around the numbers or wouldn't even reach that numbers in terms of people using the service?
Thank you for your question, Dion. So that is in relation to information that is in Appendix B around the private shuttle operator who has provided a model that could potentially be on offer to the community. The start estimated packs was 15 a day, and this is a circuit run that would go from Darfield through to Rolleston, around to Dunsandel, back through the rural communities to Darfield. So it's quite a extensive run, which means the cost is going to be a wee bit higher. So at 15 packs a day, he was looking at $43.30 without any subsidy, and the goal was to have 75 packs a day, which would be 5 round trips, and that would be looking like $8.60 a trip. The risk is in if that 75 packs doesn't get filled in a day for the shuttle service, then the price is going to have to be higher, or he'll be running at a loss without subsidy. So that was what that point was about.
Ian, and then I've got Peter.
Sharn, thank you for your very clear submission, and in particular your suggestions around how we might be able to fund these additional services, because that's clearly we're between a rock and a hard place, between less funding from here and a unwillingness for the community in some or parts of the community to fund it with a targeted rate. So, and you make it clear that you would like to work with this council in exploring other funding options. But I guess but you make the point for a flat fare structure. If that flat fare structure was significantly higher to try to recover some of the costs, would you still support it, or is that a flat fare structure based on the lowest common price rather than the highest common price? In other words, how sensitive are your constituents to effectively paying for the service?
If I'm going to be completely honest with you, the majority of the feedback we have received is that user pays. So I believe that if the user pays, it would still be the better option than having to travel by car. If there was sufficient transport, public transport for the residents of Malvern, then I don't see why they wouldn't be willing to pay a higher cost than $2. And I actually personally believe that they should be paying more than $2. I know it's been increased to, or being increased to $3. I still think that's low for the distance that people will be travelling. But I will address that further in my personal submission.
Peter.
I think I'll wait until you've done your personal submission until I ask my question. Thank you.
Cool. Great. Likewise, Vicky, would you like to wait? Or you can go now if you want.
Yeah, just on the... Is that working? Yeah. So thank you for your the presentation. And just wondering, when you have the 5 runs, is each run a return, or is it going one way, then pausing, then coming back the other way? Because you've got 5 times and lunch in the gap.
Thank you for your question. I'm happy to clarify that. So it's a round trip. It would go from Darfield to Kirwee to West Melton through to Rolleston. I can't remember if the idea was to then go through Leaston to Dunsandel, but through Dunsandel, Hororata, Colgate, and then back through to Darfield.
So just to totally clarify, so it's 5 full return loops going through multiple communities and back to the start again. And
yes, that's correct. Yes, that was the proposal. And the operator, he actually worked alongside a ferry operator in Auckland under the Auckland Transport program, and they managed to get a new ferry service up and running, and so he was quite involved in that. He has a lot of experience in this area, so it's not just some person who's decided to buy a van and drive people around. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Thanks, Sharn. Let's go to your personal one, I think, and then we'll have some time for some more questions.
Okay. I've been a Malvern resident since May 2018. Prior to this, I lived in Christchurch City. The feedback I provided in this submission is presented as a renter, not a ratepayer, a parent to teenagers, a low-income earner, a community volunteer who has spent much time supporting and engaging with people and families living in vulnerable environments, financially, mentally, and socially. I'm a community leader and advocate, and as someone who once relied on public transport system while living in Auckland and Christchurch. I'm a firm believer in public transport. There are 14 rural communities in Malvern. This consultation focuses on 3 of those communities. There are many elderly and youth who make up the demographic of these communities. West Melton is boomed with young families and continues to grow. Kirwi and Darfield are also going through a growth phase currently. When it comes to youth, I was fascinated to understand that 80% of the population of students who attend Darfield High School bus to school. That potentially means that 80% of the population of Malvern youth reside in Kirwi and the satellite villages of Malvern. With such a large portion of youth living in rural Malvern, until such a time they may be able to legally drive a vehicle on the roads, this can pose many issues. Social isolation and lack of freedom to move about is a real problem for the Malvern youth and elderly as well as the vulnerable. Things along the lines of lack of access to social services, limited sporting options, limited social activities, unavailability of basic health care and out-of-school care, parents or family working long hours or having to travel long distances for work, meaning many are experiencing loneliness, and just a few of these problems I see so often. As a stay-at-home parent to 3 teenagers, 1 primary-age child and an adult child who attended Darfield High School, I have had many children in my home, many who faced and now face the very reality I aforementioned. I've watched many children become young adults.
Kia kaha.
Who had high hopes and ambitions for their futures, struggle to obtain the help they so deserved and the freedom they so needed, and as a result are now non-contributing members of society struggling with mental health, addiction, and some turning to crime. Needless to say, this breaks my heart. In some instances, the lack of choice for education pathways has caused much social and learning disruptions. Many leave school early to attempt to work. However, this can mean children leaving home before the age of 18 to work on the farm, or children turning to social welfare for financial support. When I first became a mother, I was living in a rural community in the North Island. I didn't drive then, and I chose to leave my home and relocate to Christchurch for the mere fact it had public transport to allow for me to provide for my child and seek education and career opportunities for myself. There are many solo parents and low-income earners in Malvern who tend to rely on our local food bank and the vehicle trust, as they have no transport to get them to the nearest supermarket, which is located in Rolleston and Hornby. For some, the closest is in Oxford. Many people choose to relocate to our rural communities in hope of cheaper housing, more land, a quieter lifestyle and a slower pace, not realising that with that decision comes lack of access to necessary and basic amenities. Since COVID and the boom and growth in Malvern, access to basic healthcare is becoming increasingly difficult. It can take up to 4 weeks to see a GP at the Darfield Medical Centre, and I believe the waiting list is about 3 years. We are now facing the same issues with childcare. The closest hospital is Christchurch Public Hospital, with up to a 1.5 hour wait time for an ambulance depending on where you are in Malvern. Whichever solution is deemed fit must be able to allow people to access basic services and amenities for families to be able to survive. I've seen the impact on the mental health of the youth in Malvern. In a 2-week period at the start of the 25 school year. Thank you. I was approached by 6 parents asking me if I knew of any local counsellors as their child had recently attempted suicide. Many of these parents had found out that it wasn't the first time their precious child had tried to end their lives in silence. One parent I've been walking alongside has had to resign from her job to care for her daughter, as there are no available services within Malvern who can help her. There are also no services in Christchurch with the funding to service Malvern. I personally have had to experience these struggles with my own children. I too gave up my career to be home to ensure they were safe and to be able to take them to Christchurch for counselling, as no services would come out to us. As a mother, a foster mother, and a community volunteer, I plead with the council to help us during this time of growth pains. I understand your organisation is in the same boat as the social service providers. There is no funding to service rural areas. However, as community leaders, we must find a solution to this very real problem. For me, it's not about money, it's about lives. Something so small as public transport being available to our areas could open up so much more opportunity for our youth, elderly, vulnerable, and create healthier pathways for many. Thank you again for hearing me, and I'm sorry for the emotion.
Kei te pai, Sharn.
But I am here because this is a hard situation. Thank you.
Kei te pai. Ka nui te mihi ki a koe, ka miri te aroha ki a koe. Thank you. It's great that you're sharing this with us, and very brave for you to do that. I'm going to go to Peter with his question. You're good to carry on? Cool.
Thank you for that courage, Sharn, to tell your story. Pretty heart-moving, really. There seems to be a serial problem within Selwyn about getting access to services and the lack of services that we have. And it becomes a really big thing if we have to put in a bus route. It becomes a serious issue. And then utilisation sometimes isn't good. I'm just wondering, my question to you is, do we need to make a better opportunity for community vehicles, community trusts? The community trusts are operating and they do services and they do run. And have you interacted with community services?
Yes, I have. I think there's a... so the Malvern Community Vehicle Trust, yes, I have engaged with them, and I believe there was someone that came and spoke on behalf of the trust yesterday. I think it's a great initiative. It really... the feedback I've had from people in the community is that is a must stay. We can't get rid of that. If we could utilise that trust in a greater capacity, I think that'd be great. Currently, I think they only have 5 vehicles.
Just another comment. I think we need to do something about this. I don't know how many times we've heard this story coming to our council, and under our deliberations, I think we need to do something about it. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. John?
Thanks, Sharn. I'm not sure whether I can talk either. We've had a significant part of the community. We recognise in our consultations that sort of almost over our dead bodies will we pay for something because we don't need it and we don't need it and we don't want it and we can't live. And we've heard from the Selwyn District Council that in the submissions to their long-term planning, we've had significant submissions coming in about the need for public transport and that connection within the district. Do you have any comment on just what you feel and see as a community leader in those conversations versus what we get out of those that are probably more adroit at jumping on a computer and filling in a form?
The fundamental issue here becomes intergenerational. As somebody who has overcome much, I want to see us do things better for the future of our children and our grandchildren. I don't believe those who are making the noise at the level that they are seeing it from a bigger perspective. A lot of the people who are complaining are people who have relocated into the rural areas, thinking that there is going to be a cheaper lifestyle out there. But with growth comes more problems, and a solution needs to be found.
Ian.
Look, Sharn, I just want to thank you for your submission, because you answered a question I asked a stunning wee girl from Taitap yesterday. I'm a countryman. I've lived in the country all my life, and I have no expectations of services. And so my question to her was, if you move to the country, why do you still expect to have all the provisions of service in the countryside that you might get in urban areas? But what you've done is extremely well articulated the changing demographic that changes that equation and makes me old and redundant, and you the modern face of rural New Zealand. Thank you.
Kia ora, Ian. Greg?
Kia ora, Chair. Tēnā koe, Sharn. Ngā mihi te aroha. Really neat story. Tragic, but we've heard last year, especially in the LTP, the likes of Sam as Mayor, the Youth Council. It has been a constant, this is my first term as a councillor, a constant about the need for public transport, especially for socialisation of young people in the Selwyn region. I don't really have a question other than a leading question, because we've had a number of people sort of suggest that public transport doesn't actually have a public good that deserves to be funded through general rating. But can I just get you to confirm that public transport is key for the young people of the Selwyn, and I'm picking one particular demographic, is key for that and that socialisation is critical for their development as young people?
Yes, absolutely. Isolation is a really big issue in our rural communities. With the way the economy is going, people are having to work long hours, and as a lot of you would know, in the farming industry, there is no 9 to 5. So oftentimes children are required to be alone in the middle of nowhere. Technology really is the only access that they have, and that said, we don't even have access to data or the internet in a lot of places in Selwyn. I know that more cell towers are going up, but there's, I mean, you even go partway down Telegraph Road in Darfield in the township and you can't even make a phone call. So if technology is going to be failing the youth and the ability to be able to socialise, and to be fair, because of the amount of use of technology in the rural areas, that poses another issue again, which is leading to these children self-harming. So the physical need to be able to socialise, get around and interact with their peers who maybe have moved into the city schools is absolutely vital, and for more options for sporting opportunities also.
Thank you. Genevieve, you last question.
I hope I can talk as well. I thank you for coming in, for not just actually telling a story, for actually telling a reality for a lot of people. Vulnerable communities can actually be found everywhere, but you've identified yours, and I think that is really brave. A lot of us here are feeling very uncomfortable about your reality, but we need to be able to demonstrate that we need to change the future for many people, and we need to do something about it, not tomorrow, but, here, we're having the conversation. And I don't really have a particular question for you. However, have you considered running for council? I mean, seriously. No, I'm sorry, but you have such a good, brave voice, and you're, amazing. Thank you for coming today. You've changed the picture of today, and I thank you for that. Cheers.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, councillors. Thank you again, Sharn, for your great advocacy for your community.
Thank you. Can I just say
yep.
one more thing?
Sure.
Something I came across, I think it was yesterday. Have a look into Luxembourg and their public transport situation, and maybe petition to the government on that. Maybe bigger roads, more roads and cycleways is not the answer. Maybe free public transport is the answer.
Kia ora, Sharn.
Thank you.
I am interested in, I'm really interested in some of your points you've made around, an uplift in the 86 being preferable to the Darfield to Rolleston service. But also that work that Peter was asking about in terms of working with the Malvern Community Trust, Vehicle Trust a little bit more. I think there's been some conversations around the room. I don't know how we solve that, but that's obviously part of it. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and thank you again for your submission. So kia ora.
Thank you everyone for hearing me. I really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Yep. And thank you, Stephanie, for your support too. That was fantastic. Thank you. We've got our next submitters in the room, so I'm happy to call, I think it's Simon, is in Simon's name, but I know we've got Maree and Sara here as well, so welcome up to the table on behalf of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, so welcome here. Hard act to follow, I know, but I know you've got some amazing work that you've been doing as well, so looking forward to hearing from you. So I'll hand over. You've got 15 minutes, so if you want to leave us some time for questions, just don't speak for the whole 15 minutes and leave us some time there. So kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora. My name is Simon Shelton. I'm the chair of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and I'd just like to start by thanking you for the ongoing support and collaboration that we have with ECAN. We really do value the partnership, and together we're achieving some amazing things that we'll go into detail today. I'd just like to introduce Maree Burnett. So Maree's our General Manager. She's been with the Trust for a long time and a big part of the success of the Trust. So very grateful to have Maree in the team. And then Sara Wilson, also an outstanding member of the team. Sara's led Pest-Free Banks Peninsula to date, which is a multi-million-dollar pest elimination program, which has had real success and is leading the way in terms of pest eradication across New Zealand and to some degree the world. Our presentation will cover both Pest-Free Banks Peninsula and Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, so they'll take us through to 11:55, and we're happy to finish early if necessary. Just a summary of the presentation. So I'll talk for sort of 5 minutes or so, then hand over to Maree and Sara, who will also talk for a sort of similar period, and then we'll open it up for questions. So feel free to fire anything at us. I just wanted to start my spiel just on the backdrop of a natural disaster, which is very significant, especially on Banks Peninsula, where we've had landowners and commercial entities see large land subsidence. They've been blocked off from access, and had over 200 millimetres of rain in 48 hours. It's huge. And these 1 in 100 year events or 1 in 250 year events are no longer 1 in 100 years or 1 in 250 years. We also had a very significant event, especially on the Southern Bays in 2021 in December, and I walked the road down to Long Bay. There was no way we could drive, and huge damage to the roads. There was risk of life. I spoke to people who were traumatised after being woken in the night to landslides going very close to where they lived. And then, of course, there's the commercial impacts of hotels shutting and roads being closed to the local economy. We know from research where the landscape is in natural form, with natural or native bush, it is more resilient to these extreme weather events that we're seeing. And they protect waterways, the likes of Hinawai, a huge reserve that sees much less sediment runoff, and habitat, particularly wetlands, that can absorb these large storm events that we're seeing more of. And also infrastructure like roads and economies and business and of course, life. So we advocate for the regeneration of native bush and the promotion of biodiversity, not just for its environmental benefits, but also for its commercial and benefits to life, whatever your role is in that. It's a very challenging financial environment for all charities and those seeking funding at the moment, and we're definitely feeling the brunt of that. Pest Free 2050 funding has been confirmed that it will no longer continue in 2026, so that program will come to a halt, which for programs like we do, if you don't hold the front line on pest elimination, the pests then fill in the vacuum and all the work that you've done is wasted. So you go backwards. I'll talk just now about the Trust because I'm extremely proud to be involved with it. It's been around for 24 years. It's got a great reputation. It was founded on a partnership with local councils and farmers, where farmers essentially said, don't tell us what to do with our land, let's work it out together. And it's a real success story where groups come together and they achieve much better results with diversity of thought from those groups. And also empower landowners to protect their land in the ways that they want, that also align with the likes of strategic outcomes from both Christchurch City Council and ECAN. Our vision in 2050, native biodiversity is thriving across Banks Peninsula. Native ecosystems underpin our resilient communities, recognising that when nature thrives, people thrive. To date, the Conservation Trust has established over 100 conservation covenants, the impact of which is both scientifically significant and visually noticeable as you drive over to Banks Peninsula, particularly popping over where the Hilltop Tavern is and seeing the regeneration of native bush on marginal farmland. I visited a farm recently where the price point of essentially carbon farming of native bush was as profitable as it was to have sheep on there. So the time is shifting for marginal land to look at other ways to source revenue from it. The Trust is award-winning. We've got national awards, we've got local awards, and we're very proud of our team and the leadership that we show in this space and the sharing of knowledge on how to eliminate pests in the most efficient way and how to enhance biodiversity. We've got around about 35 staff, a great premises in Taitap, which we plan to enhance and make even better, and also bring the community into it through things like education or a hub for people to meet and share ideas. So we're very fortunate to have that facility. Our primary purpose is to covenant land for conservation and biodiversity, but we also run a number of other programs, which Maree will now talk in detail on.
Good morning, everyone. That better? Good morning, folks. Thank you for having us. It's always a real pleasure to come and speak to Council. I was having my heartstrings pulled by your last submitter. I'm sure you all were too. And it occurred to me, what a great privilege it is to come and speak to you on behalf of an organisation that is actually very much about community building. We have an environmental focus, but what the Trust does and what our programs are doing are very much about building environmental resilience, but social resilience and economic resilience and all those really important things, both in the rural community of Banks Peninsula, but also really benefiting into the urban environments of Christchurch City and beyond to the region. In our submission, it's quite a bit of detail about the programs that we're delivering that are all leading towards us realising our 2050 vision for Banks Peninsula. I don't want to go into heaps of detail there. You've had the opportunity to read it, but I will take a moment just to highlight for you some things that we think are achievements that we're pretty proud of that are quite recent. So first of all, Simon mentioned our habitat protection program, Conservation Covenants. It's a flagship of what we do. The landowners that work with us to put a conservation covenant in place are really giving a very precious gift, both to current generations and those to come. We have 108 in place currently, protecting about 1,700 hectares in the main old remnants, rare ecosystems, and also some regenerating bush. I guess what's exciting is we have so much demand. So we have 8 more in progress at the moment. We have another 7 that are expressions of interest that we're starting to work through. Together, those additional covenants will be another 1,000 hectares or so of protection coming over the next probably 24 months to get that in place. I think you'll all be familiar with the Tui program. The birds were locally extinct on the peninsula, and in the 90s, the Trust, along with agency partners and iwi, did some reintroductions. We continue to undertake an ecologist-led monitoring of the population. In the last year, we have banded 24 more birds. That means there are now 376 birds that the community can identify by name, thanks to the coloured bands on them. There's plenty of evidence to suggest the population is growing. The birds are moving from the peninsula into the city, and we're getting reporting of them beyond as well. And we understand that set of community observations and community monitoring is the largest of its type in the country. The Banks Peninsula community have absolutely got behind that project. In terms of community engagement and volunteering, we connect school children and the wider community with their local environment. Some of the activities that we've done in the last couple of months have included the Little River school children working with our volunteer program at Haroko Covenant in Birdlings Flat, which is a rare and valuable shrubland ecosystem, specifically around weed management. We've had 30 walkers do a covenant walk at Stencliffe Farm. They've learnt about the values of that rare wetland, but they've also got to understand the contribution that biodiversity can make to farm productivity and profitability. And we've had a field trip at Birdlings Flat and along Te Waihora, Lake Ellesmere, around rare moths and butterflies. Turns out that's hugely popular. Over 60 people on the waiting list who really wanted to learn about those particular moths and butterflies. So we may well do it again next year. I'd encourage you all to come along. We've introduced a farm biodiversity program recently. We have a target of working with 100 farmers with on-farm biodiversity management plans in place. Currently, we're working with 5 catchments and getting really great uptake there. We also support 3 biodiversity hubs on the peninsula. These are large-scale areas of 1,000 hectares or more where the land tenure is mixed, but legal protection is in place either through City Council Reserve, DOC Reserve, or Kiwi2 or BPCT Covenant. They're particularly important in a changing climate in terms of species populations having resilience in these large areas. There is the wild side in the southeastern bays, about 2,300 hectares of legally protected contiguous Indigenous biodiversity being managed collaboratively there. Kind of in the middle of the peninsula, Kaituna Valley to Waipuna Saddle, protected on both sides of that ridge, so down into Mount Herbert and Alton Bradley, and also towards the monument in Western Valley. Again, about 2,300 hectares of contiguous, well-managed Indigenous biodiversity. And on the southern Port Hills, the Te Kaku Kahukura project, around about 1,800 hectares of legally protected Indigenous biodiversity. It's quite an achievement when you think the peninsula is about 110,000 hectares. In total, those biodiversity hubs are really becoming quite significant. Obviously, Peace Free Banks Peninsula is a program that the Trust have put a lot of commitment into. Essentially, we're leading it on behalf of a large group of partners, of which Environment Canterbury is an important one of those. Sara will speak to you about the highlights and achievements there, but I certainly want to emphasise how important that work is to the Trust and, you know, what a significant amount of resource and capacity it requires from BPCT. So just before I hand you on to Sara, there are three specific requests or points that I want to emphasise with respect to the annual plan, please. The first is, I guess, a point of gratitude. Thank you so much for your commitment to a bulk funding approach to conservation covenants through the new Christchurch biodiversity targeted rate. We've seen a year of that, I guess. We've had one bulk grant now, and I really just want to stress that enables us to do so much more with your dollars. Immediately, we've been able to leverage every dollar you've invested this year for another dollar from Christchurch City Council because we've got that larger meaningful commitment. Administration and compliance is reduced for us straight away because we're not making application after application, so our staff are doing the important stuff of getting the covenants in place and supporting the landowners. And we can be far more strategic about how we're talking to landowners about the next protection because we know that the resources available to immediately support them when they're ready to push go on a protection. So thank you for that. We really encourage you to continue that approach. It's powerful. The second comment we wanted to make was really endorsing the work that Environment Canterbury has undertaken around thinking, or the work that you're starting to undertake now, around thinking strategically around how that new biodiversity rate funding is invested. No one knows better than an environmental charity how hard every dollar for biodiversity is to find and how important it is that it adds real value. So, you know, we really encourage and endorse that strategic thinking around how that new money can be directed into robust biodiversity gains rather than kind of a lolly scramble, I guess. And the third comment that we wanted to make around the annual plan and Environment Canterbury's thinking is really to encourage you to think about supporting a collaborative approach to developing and implementing a strategy for the peninsula around ecological transformer weeds. Arguably, they are the biggest threat to Indigenous biodiversity on the peninsula and actually well beyond Canterbury and the country at large. And we very much believe that a joined up multi-agency and community approach to how to tackle this threat is quite essential, and would encourage Environment Canterbury to think about how they could support that and or lead that collaborative approach. Thank you so much. I'll pass you on to Sara to speak to Peace Free Banks Peninsula.
Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi o tēnei rā kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I'd like to actually just start by acknowledging that Pest Free Banks Peninsula is a coalition of now around 2021 partners. The founding partners include our five runanga. And it's awesome today to see around the table, just to have the support we have from Rapaki around the broader scheme. I see Jan's on the screen and the report, the support from Warewa in terms of their programs. Also, Craig, in terms of your role too with Te Taumatu and others, and of course Onuku and Koko Rarata as well. These core partners are really critical, not only in what we are doing now, but in how this moves forward, who the receivers are of this work we have a strong belief that council and the partners, and specifically Runanga, who will be there forever, are the important next step people for this work. I do want to just start too by thanking Environment Canterbury. This program of pest-free Banks Peninsula would not exist without the support that was provided financially in particular, but also the momentum that was generated by the council's support. Literally, we put an application in, or Maree did, put the application originally into Predator Free 2050, and it did not get over the line. It only got over the line after ECAN support came in train. And that support of around a little over $3 million across 5 years has leveraged around $15 million of support for this work, which is pretty powerful when you do the maths. I want to speak to the specific parts of Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, and I realise there's quite a number in the room who've been involved, but it's essentially on Kaitoriti and also on the Akaroa side of the hill, what we call the extended wild side. What we're doing is piloting two very different environments and demonstrating what can be achieved right across Canterbury and beyond for the nation. And we've been at it for 5 years, which in some respects is a long time from my point of view. Some respects is quite a short time from the point of view of the ecology of those areas and the communities of those areas. But pretty proud to say that what we are demonstrating in those quite small areas, so 5,500 hectares across Kaitoriti and now across around 10,000 hectares of action on the extended wild side, is that, and I would also like Maree just draw to the previous submitter, we're also seeing that the power of ecological restoration gets echoed in terms of community coherence, resilience, and purpose. For instance, and I'm jumping here a little here, but in Akaroa itself, only five, it's a small number, but 5 of our staff have come from Akaroa High School. Some directly have come through their school program and gone directly into being part of our team. And what we see is that some of those students then they stay with us for a while, they gain life skills, they contribute to their local biodiversity, and then they leave and they start up a business. And so we're not only restoring biodiversity, we're restoring and enabling community. And on the back of times like the floods this week, you really begin to see how that community, that connection, that resilience is really enabled by projects that encourage those linkages, many of which are existing that we support. So on Kaitoriti, what have we done? It's a multi-species elimination project, 6 target species, which is pretty unusual across the country. We're one of the very few projects that has taken on a multi-species. So that's possums, that's the 3 species of mustelids, which I need to get right, which is ferrets, weasels, which there are a lot of, unusual, and stoats, not many. And as well as that, it's feral cats and hedgehogs. So we've done really well with hedgehogs. We've basically had a rolling front of trapping only, so far no toxins, that has moved from the pointy end of Kaitoriti right through to Birdlings Flat. We've built a fence, a low-level fence there now, and we're in the process of determining whether we've got rid of the last hedgehog. We probably haven't quite. It's likely that some ones will come in, but that's actually how elimination works. You do the massive work, and then you work to clean up anything you find. We've done a good job with hedgehogs. We're doing an amazing job with feral cats, with the full participation of the Birdlings Flat community, which is not always easy. And they have come along that journey with us. We've given out cat collars. We've worked with live cat cage traps, so that any pet cat that we catch, we release. We let the owner know it was your cat in the cage. Maybe keep it inside overnight. But we don't want to kill people's pet cats. We're there to remove that terrible destroyer of biodiversity, the feral cat. And for instance, the results of that include that the very rare, right on the very end of the endangered spectrum, the Canterbury spotted skink, the numbers there have tripled year on year when DOC have done those surveys, which is pretty exciting from a very rare biodiversity point of view. On the extended wild side, I've just got some right up to date as of this morning numbers here for you. So we have achieved a knockdown of possums. That means we've moved through with toxins and with the support of all bar 3 of the several thousand landowners that we have worked with, and those 3 are very workable. They just didn't want toxins. That's fine. We worked with them. So we have achieved a knockdown across just shy of 10,000 hectares, leading from the south right up to Akaroa. And we have put automatically resetting devices across 6,848 hectares of that area. We've got cameras actively surveilling across 1,393 hectares. I'm hoping you're enjoying the precision. And we say we are in defence. That means we believe we have removed the last possum from 945.4 hectares. And we are moving now at speed and getting faster at removing those last ones. Now, we believe that in the Akaroa village itself, the area including the Garden of Tāne, we are down to the last possum. It is grey, and Jack Gibbs, one of the trustees, tried to hit it with his car the other day when he saw it on the road. He failed. It's a wily female, we believe. It's a scientific fact that the females are last to be removed. Apparently they're the cleverest. No comment further needed. But this work is incredibly challenging. And the community are right behind us in terms of, we believe there's quite a lot of punting going on down at the local pub about when this last possum will go. We've received interest from the Wall Street Journal and National Geographic, and as recently as last week, our own New Zealand-based newsroom, wanting more information about these projects and wanting to understand them and know them. This is attracting international and national attention, which is very exciting. Again, I'd just like to emphasise that this could not be done without the willing participation of landowners. This is landowner-led, community-led and agency-supported, and it's making a massive difference. We aren't just doing these 2 key pilot programs, although they're a core part of the investment. We're also doing a lot throughout Littleton Harbour Basin, Whakaraupo specifically, working through predator-free Port Hills, which I think you've also heard from, and including the Summit Road Society today. We have the predator suppression across more than 1,000 hectares as part of Te Kākahu Kahukura. And many local initiatives led by the likes of Ngāti Wheki, Living Springs, Conservation Volunteers, Whakaora Pest Project, and others within the Whakaraupo Basin, which is extremely exciting, and we know that there's massive momentum amongst those communities to do more. Also, there's the significant work that we've been undertaking around feral ungulates, specifically the complete removal of feral goats up into Gebby's Pass, and also now this targeted program around feral pigs, which is enormously exciting and again leading the nation in terms of the kinds of strategies that are being used and the results being generated, to the point now where we believe we can move toward feral pig elimination within a particular zone of Banks Peninsula, which is enormously exciting. So I just want to now move to the the particular ask or the things that we'd like to emphasise in our submission. Again, as Maree mentioned, we'd like to thank you primarily for your support through these last 5 years and going forward. And with this is it's not so much Pest Free Banks Peninsula, but the work of towards Pest Free Waitaha, the expansion of that program through into Christchurch City, and the support of the targeted rate for the city is enormously helpful. And now the strategic work being done around how to spend that is also incredibly useful. So, number one, thank you. Number two is we would genuinely appreciate the continuation of the 600,000 plus the annual, the inflation adjusted amount, which you agreed to last time. And that going on year by year is enormously helpful. As Simon mentioned, Predator Free 2050 are facing a funding cliff at the end of 30th of June 2026. They have given us some research funds beyond that, but they are very limited. And so we are facing some very real challenges by mid next year, which we will be working with you and your staff on. But in the meantime, the continuation, as you have put forward in your LTP for the 600,000 plus the annual inflation adjustment, is enormously appreciated, and we would like to continue. The second area, the third point really, is the continuation of support for the feral ungulate, or particularly the feral goat program, in terms of maintaining the rules around keeping farmed goats. That is being well managed at the moment, with a amount of money set aside for responses in case farmed goats are released or get out of their farmed situation, which would put the entire eradication of feral goats at risk. And so continued support for maintaining that level of surveillance and support for incursion is also enormously appreciated. Thank you very much.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you. Amazing amount of work that I knew was going on, but it's great to hear the numbers and some of the details of those programs. Vicky, I've got a question from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's really amazing when you hear it all. And we've had several from Banks Peninsula now as well. In terms of the pest management plan, so that's been mentioned a few times. There's not enough focus on some of the biodiversity weeds, the transformer weeds you've talked about. And then in this, you're also mentioning about pigs. Can you just explain a bit about what that means when it goes into that pest management plan? In what way does that enable you to achieve more?
Thank you for the question, Vicky. I think there's probably a couple of aspects to that. Specifically, the RPMP with respect to goats has been incredibly important to protect our collective investment, and ECAN put a lot of dollars into it, as did others, of removing all of the feral goats from Gebbies Pass. So now, while goats remain farmed, it's key that they're farmed in a way that ensures they remain domestic and don't become feral. Having that in the RPMP is a site-led pest, and there been political support for compliance activity and enforcement if required, and obviously the resourcing internally to actually be doing the monitoring is essential to protecting the investment. I think we will come and have that conversation with you again around some other animal pest species when you do the RPMP review, which I think is in the next 2 years perhaps, probably around pigs. Introductions, and again the risk of domestic pigs becoming feral, and possibly around possums, and we're talking to your staff already around what that might look like. But essentially it's about the whole community understanding they have an obligation to ensure the management of these animals once there's been this great big investment in elimination work. So that's the animal pest piece. With respect to the plant pest piece, I think obviously there's a range of pests, and what we might be thinking of, and the focus that I see from ECAN appears to be more around pastoral and agricultural weed pests. Obviously, we have a particular interest in ecological transformer weeds, those weeds we know that are really interfering with ecosystem stability. And again, if they're introduced into that program, we're assuming that some resource will come with that around implementation of removal and then ensuring the community continues to meet whatever the requirements are there.
Nook.
Mihi atu kia koutou katoa. Kia ora, Simon, and your entourage as well. And thank you for a very articulate overview of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. And absolutely, the 5 runanga of Te Pātako Rākai Hautu all have a special relationship, with the Conservation Trust, Banks Peninsula. I just have a question because obviously one of the things, you're non-profit and also it's what a lot of non-profits actually struggle with is consistent funding. And obviously you've highlighted one, Jobs for Nature, how that's gone. It's unfortunate because a lot of our rangatahi across those runanga actually really did thrive under that program. And talking about funding, I just wanted to, other kind of avenues that you get your funding from, and particularly your corporate partners. And is the Littleton Pork Company still your major corporate partner? So my question is, and has there been any kind of concern or whatever, particularly around the way that corporates, and I'm talking about Littleton Pork Company, report their nature-related financial disclosures, and particularly, using the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and actually quoting them as the fact is that we support these, and so this adds to, our environmental, the assisting the environment, particularly on Whakatau.
I'll hand over to Maree for some specifics, just because I'm relatively new to the role, especially with the relationship with LPC. But funding is tight, like you said, and particularly for operational funding. So it's quite common that we'll have projects that are funded and partnerships with LPC. Maree could give a bit more detail, and we're happy to follow up.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for the question. It's a good one. We have, as an organisation, we have a policy in place where we specifically look at every organisation we want to partner with and whether we think it makes sense on a philosophical level. And to be frank, I think the decision to partner with LPC at the start of that relationship was probably quite a challenging one for BPCT. It was prior to me. Our experience with them has been that we have seen meaningful commitment from staff, senior staff and at a board level in terms of working towards strategically measuring a net gain for biodiversity. And we understand that their interest in investing in BPCT is part of that, a small part, but it's definitely part of that picture, that they consider that if they are giving us cash and we're translating that into biodiversity gains, that they can report that as part of their overall outcome. We know they're doing that. We're not uncomfortable with it. We, to be frank, very much want to grow the investment from them in what we do so that they're having more and more impact more broadly across the community and the areas that we're working in.
Thank you. Great answer. Look, I know there might be other questions, but we have spent a lot of time and we've got other people waiting. So thank you so much for the presentation. Great overview, great insights for all of us on the work you're doing, and that'll help us in our deliberations going forward. So kia ora koutou, ngā mihi.
Kia ora, thank you for the opportunity.
Kia ora, Nathan. I know you've been patiently waiting there. Happy to call you up. And okay, ka pai. And I know after that we've got David, so I know you've been waiting patiently as well, David, and that'll lead us into lunchtime and a break. So, Nathan, when you're ready, come up. I think we've seen you before and you've your experience of this, but I've got that 10-minute slot for you. And if you want to leave some time for questions, then leave us some time to ask them at the end. So, thank you. When you're ready.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Rooney Group of companies. Rooney Group has previously submitted to Council on its long-term plan regarding consenting processes and fees and charges. Our annual plan submission again focuses on these matters and provides comments on the changes proposed. While Council has made improvements to its consent processing times, we continue to experience significant variances in consent charges for same or similar activities. This relates to the amount of staff time spent on applications and correlates to the experience and knowledge of the activity and the site by the processing officer. 7 recent examples for straightforward short-term river gravel extraction consents have ranged from 19 to 67 hours of consent planner time, where the related invoices were passed on to the applicant unfiltered. Only by seeking additional information and challenging these costs has Council acknowledged that more thorough analysis of the charges should have occurred first before being passed on to the applicant as additional charges. In addition, we've encountered misuse of specific sections of the RMA to stop the processing clock, which will have benefited the Council both financially through the application of the RMA discount regulations and also when reporting compliance with RMA timeframes. The specific example identified in our submission has been acknowledged by senior staff as an incorrect application of the RMA. The issue for Rooney Group is that despite raising our concerns previously with various officers, it took a formal objection to shine the spotlight on this practice. Changes proposed to staff service rates. Rooney Group has questioned the need for Council to raise its staff service hourly rates to meet its long-term plan funding target of 66% user pays when there is no evidence to prove that this is required. Simply stating that hourly rates need to increase to keep pace with increased costs is not a thorough analysis of the situation. It is unclear from the information provided as to what the cost recovery model includes. Does it include all overheads for the consent section? Does it include the cost of non-chargeable work such as staff training, staff time related to appeals, etc.? Does it include the cost of consultants where the consultant charge is higher than the staff rate? That is the portion of the consultant cost part of the section overhead that the staff rate is seeking to recover? Council continues to refer to the pressures it faces from processing resource consents and the number of consent applications it receives. While Council is remedying this pressure by employing more staff, Rooney Group again submits that Council needs to ask itself why it requires so many resource consents and why the cost to process these applications is so great. Council has the ability to run a far simpler consenting process for the multitude of everyday consenting activities it undertakes. For example, the renewal of gravel consents is largely reinventing the wheel that could follow a far simplified, more standardised processing format. The difficulty for consent applicants is that they have no choice. Regional plans set rules that require resource consents, and Council has a monopoly on processing those resource consent applications, leaving an applicant with no ability to go elsewhere for that service. As more rather than less activities require resource consent holders find themselves trapped in a system that subjects them to ongoing charges that they have no control over. A resource consent once obtained locks a consent holder into a lifetime of monitoring charges to which there is little recourse. A consent holder is held entirely at the mercy of the consent authority as to how often a consent is monitored and how much staff time is spent conducting monitoring. In our experience, this can be as often as quarterly for relatively benign activities, resulting in significant additional costs which break down trust and ultimately increase the costs for the community. There is no limit or real pressure on Council to manage its consent processing overheads. The Council has the ability to continue to increase its overheads and then seek to increase its consent charges on that basis. There is no recourse for the public other than to voice their concern through these processes, elections, and to rely on councillors to diligently assess the need and appropriateness of these increases to ensure that they are justified. In Rooney Group's experience, the points raised in previous submissions have been largely discarded. Hourly rate increases. Our submission is that applying the blanket hourly rate increase to the Papatipu Runanga environmental entities or services and external overseer assessment rates is incorrect and should be removed. The charges for and overseer are both for external services, and the rate charged by Council should be set to recover the actual and reasonable cost of these services. It is not appropriate for Council to unilaterally increase such service charges to offset the overall increase in Council's consent processing costs. If the cost of and overseer services has increased above the current rate, then any increase should be actual and the information should be provided to support that increase. Without supporting information, it appears that these service charges are being increased to subsidise the increase in staff rates, portraying an inaccurate picture. Alternatively, the increase is not subsidising the staff rates at all, and the increase is simply a means to unjustifiably increase consent processing income. Changes to the proposed deposit fees. As submitted, Rooney Group does not oppose a simplified approach to consent deposits, but the deposit should be reasonable and should only be for the principal activity that requires consent, not ancillary activities that require little technical assessment. Requiring deposits for ancillary activities unnecessarily removes money from an applicant's operating budget while transferring this benefit to the consent authority in advance of the work being undertaken. In our experience, the deposit for the additional consent is often used to absorb the additional processing cost of the primary consent. A relative example that Rooney earth moving experiences is when an ancillary consent for temporary culverts is required associated with gravel extraction. The culvert itself and that disturbance is considered under the primary consent to disturb the riverbed, but any discharge resulting from the disturbance of the bed from installing the culvert requires a separate consent and therefore a deposit for 2 or more resource consents. The proposed changes should be simplified further to only require one deposit of $5,000 per application, which in itself is not insignificant. In conclusion, Council should firstly look for savings and efficiencies before seeking to increase fees and charges. Council needs to be more mindful of the ongoing cost implications following the grant of consent and apply this when considering any increase to fees and charges. It is considered that there is insufficient information available to support increasing staff rates and that there is absolutely no information available to justify increases to and overseer hourly rates, which are external services. If a change to the deposit regime is implemented, the change should be to require only one $5,000 deposit and not a stepped approach, increasing for 2 or more consents. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Nathan. I've got a question from Claire.
Through you, Chair, I've got a couple of, if I may, points of clarification. Thank you. I'm getting the bill. Thank you very much, Nathan, for coming along, and I know you presented last time, so I'll touch on that as well. Just with regard to your question, does it include the overheads? It includes the share of the overheads for the user pays side of it, so that is actually included. Also note that your point around it's a uniform charge, a uniform increase of $22, that's because it's been bulked up and it says at the top of the table that it's an average per hour increase. And I've just done some figures, and there's a little bit of unders and overs. But just with respect to your point around consultant fees being charged, the equivalent of a consultant fees being charged, would you consider the advice from a pre or overseer services, either of those being equivalent to a consultant fee? They are, in my view, external, and I think you would say that they come in, and the question is, do they also get put onto your invoices as a separate line?
Yeah. I mean, they are the equivalent of a consultant charge, and as you say, they're an external charge, and that's and that's why we've raised it in terms of the broad overall increases, that it seems that they shouldn't be caught in that way. If there's a need to increase those costs, then that should be addressed separately with the information to support that. When the additional charges come through, and we do see a breakdown of those costs, then those costs are itemised. But what we receive is just the total cost. It doesn't actually break it down into the hours spent. We've got to go back and request that information.
Thank you very much. So we want some clarity around that, so that we're not getting sort of out of the margin edited, I think is what I'm hearing from you. My second question relates to your previous submission last year, where you were quite concerned around fixed fees and not being able to get refunds. So one of the things is that we have done here by going to deposits. I think that staff have probably taken on board some of your concerns. Obviously, you're still not quite comfortable with it, but we do actually say in the document that we would refund if the applications were straightforward, and obviously we will get them within our timing frames. So hopefully it'll work out in a very short amount of time.
Yes. Yeah, I understand that. And the issue really is just making sure the deposit is right for the level of the consent that's being sought. And, a lot of those simple resource consents still, the minimum deposit now of $5,000 is still a lot of money. It's not so bad if you're a big corporate applying for a consent, but if you're a just an average person applying, that's a lot of money, and it also takes that money out of the system for the business, and that's really the point we're making there.
So, got a question from you. Now I know.
No, I'm good.
You're good. I know there's a few other councillors that wanted to ask, but if we don't finish, we won't get to have any break, because we've got people coming in at 12:45 that we need to have present to us. So, well, it's all good, but I had Vicky and Ian that also wanted to ask a question, but I think we've got to end there to get David, to give him his time before we need to have a break. It's just that we're going to have other people at 12:45 and we won't get to have a break. So it's all good. Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for your presentation. And I know we've got lots of information in the submissions that you've given, so thank you.
So there's no more questions?
No, because we need to keep going. Yeah.
Oh, there's a point here in 21 where I really needed a bit of clarification, but okay.
We've been cumulatively going over time, and this one's over time as well. So, yep, but got to make a call because, well, they had half an hour, and anyway, okay, people. David, thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
David has a presentation.
Yeah. Just conscious that we need a break, people, before we start again at 12:45. So I'm trying to be fair. Yes, I know things went over for lots of different reasons. Yeah, that is a good idea. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. I had two other people before you as well, Nook, that I had to try to accommodate, and that would have been another 5-10 minutes. Okay. So kia ora, David. Thank you so much for waiting and being patient. Happy to get on with your submission now. Thank you.
Well, my name's David Lawry. I'm a retired commissioned officer of police and currently a part-time farmer. I live on a 16-acre farm in Yoldhurst. When purchased, this land was not subject to any presidential development exclusions due to airport reverse sensitivity rules. However, as planes got quieter, the airport zones got wider. This change to the current 50 dBA LDN air noise contour has the effect of denying further residential properties being built on our land. 50 dB sound equates to slightly normal raised speech. That's 50 dB round about there. The first issue I'd like to address is aimed at ensuring this year's annual plan moves to ensure the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan is enabled. That plan, costing over $3 million and agreed upon all of Canterbury's councils, including ECAN, remains inactive until implemented. The plan concluded that the 50 dBA LDN noise contour level is too low a noise level to be used to avoid residential development and should be removed. That's the spatial plan. This finding was supported by the world-leading acoustic and airport contour design expert Professor John Paul Clark, who identified that much of the land impacted by this unique restriction, worldwide unique, already had background noise levels that exceeded 50 dBA. As a result, this residential avoidance rule is untenable, unreasonable, and disregards landowners' land use rights. The removal represents a significant additional rating opportunity for council income, with zero risk to airport business continuity. The currently paused ECAN-led regional policy statement contains staff recommendations to ECAN commissioners on this issue, including, while district plans should inform the community about potential noise exposure when considering to live or rent in those areas, the 50 dBA LDN contour should not be used as a reason to restrict new noise-sensitive activities due to airport noise. And I've referenced that in the document. Christchurch International Airport Limited, CIL, until recently supported by Regional City Council, by Christchurch City Council, have wasted millions of dollars of litigation over this unique noise contours. The result being a significant loss of opportunity for additional rating increases it causes, combined with the inappropriate abuse of landowners' development rights. Government's RMA reforms are clear. The greater cognizance of landowners' land use rights is coming, as will be landowners' ability to seek compensation from councils where landowners' rights are frivolously extinguished, as they have been in this case. There's an opportunity for you to front foot the situation in this year's plan. The second issue relates to why ECAN leadership has decided not to progress the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement until 2026. The cited reason for this delay is complications due to freshwater management. The 50 dBA LDN air noise contour is not affected by freshwater management in any way. Landowners impacted by this contour have faced delays from CCC, which I've submitted to independently, and now ECAN on this issue. There's a likelihood that CIL will move to appeal against the proposed change if you allow it to go ahead. They're quite a litigious company, as we all know, and they'll have another go, even given all the facts which indicates that the background noise already exceeds that contour level. And I think we should remember that CIL make more money from property management and development than they do from airport activities, including the 880 hectares we own in Terrace. Get me straight. The result is to progress this part of the request is to progress this part of the regional policy statement now and in accordance with the Regional Council staff's recommendations as outlined. Now, what I want to do there is, you guys get a lot of brickbats thrown at you. Andrew Parrish and his team have done a really good job of talking to the people who live under the 1,000 square hectares of land affected by this contour. These are fairly angry people. I've been part of their group. I still am, but I'm not speaking specifically for them today. But we have options that are going to occur if we don't start getting some outcome. We've been waiting 12 years for this contour, which quite frankly is just nowhere else in the world, no other seaport in the world considers the 50 dBA as a level to avoid residential. So it's worth thinking about it. What I'm trying to say to you is, can we move it forward, please? Let's make the decision, nothing to do with water. Let's have the appeal. We'll happily fight the airport. I think I've got the mayor agreeing that the airport shouldn't be allowed to appeal, but time will tell. But you guys and ladies are all here able to make this decision now with no impact on water management. So I'll explain to you what the situation is with this outfit. The idea of the contour is if there could be complaints under the 50 dBA which would relate to the airport having continuity of business disrupted. Okay, so here's what would have to actually really occur, because I believe there's zero possibility of it ever occurring. So a complaint would need to be necessarily attained. To the best of my information, there's never been a complaint under the 50 dBA air noise contour in the last 3 years. Hasn't been one. That complaint would have to be referred to the committee to investigate. Now, what committee is that? Christchurch City Council has directed all its excess noise investigators never to investigate airport noise complaints. How is that possible? I could tell you the answer, we won't waste time, but so they don't investigate. What they do is they send the complaint to an in-house committee housed by CIL who have never ever done a single thing for any complaint, let alone under the 50 dBA. But that's okay, we'll move on. The committee will then have to decide that it's so serious that it was sent to CIL's executive. Never happened. That executive has no powers to generate any curfew or any disruption. So that committee would have to send it to their board, CCHL, who have also got no powers to create a curfew and have never done anything about it at all. So they would have to send it on to the Christchurch City Council, who are the only body that can cause a curfew. And do you think the chances of CCC ever creating a penalty against their own company is ever going to occur? They can't even stop them from building an airport in Terrace. Really? So that's the situation. What I think it does do is it leaves them very vulnerable because it's quite clearly just outrageous. So as stated, there's zero possibility of ever being a disruption of continuity for the airport through a complaint. In the meantime, like I said, literally thousands of landowners are unable to develop in any way their land for 1,000 squared hectares of land covering this contour. So that's the facts. And, you know, believe me, we're not going to go away. We've been banging on, and I know Peter knows we've been banging on before. He was there one time when we had the minister come and talk here about the situation. We've waited too long, really. So please, if possible, can we make a decision? And the actual decision sought, there's two major decisions. That the annual plan supports the Regional Council's commitment to the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, specifically removing the 50 dBA LDA noise contours, and the Regional Council's draft recommendation by Andrew Parrish and his team is adopted. They accept this as nonsense. They've put forward what they think should occur. All it needs is you people to support your own staff. And frankly, the situation is they've been so good to us that you need to be good to your own staff about the situation who've raised these expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And it's unfortunate they got caught up in our regional policy statement decisions, but I know the work has been done, so that's one thing. We are looking at what else we could do around those other things that got caught up in that, but I'll hand over to Dion.
Yeah, I was just going to say something similar. What are you advocating for us to do a plan change to our existing plan? And the other thing is that with the changes to the RMA that the government's proposing, there won't be a regional policy statement, so it will fit squarely in this space of the Christchurch City Council to do in their district plan. And so I'm probably going to need some advice about what that means for us, because there's no point in changing our plan if there's going to be a whole lot of, what do you call those things? You said the litigious airport. That squares out the whole process until we get rid of a regional policy statement in the first place. So we're in a pretty pickle here.
The regional policy statement was the statement that was going to...
You need to press your button.
The regional policy statement was the statement that was going to finally put the last nail in the coffin of this particular contour. The whole emphasis of the government is to allow, owners to use their land reasonably, without... All you need to do, really, is to agree that your staff's recommendation be adopted. There's a hugely powerful statement if you did that. And first of all, it would actually cement what your staff have done. It would raise a lot of people out there watching. They've been watching for too long. I think we're underestimating that people that are intelligent, don't break the law, do follow process and policy, get frustrated throughout the world, democracy going downhill, because we can't seem to get anything done in a time frame that's reasonable. Now, waiting 12 years for a policy, when the background noise already exceeds the noise of your policy to avoid building, how ludicrous can that be? I mean, you understand what I'm saying, don't you? The background noise far exceeds 50 decibels. And we've brought the world's export, and yet we still end up with litigious arguments from the airport that, frankly, why is it moving away from trying to keep people away from Christchurch? It's supposed to be our airport, reducing our rates, not building airports in terrace and getting lost in their own corporate world.
Kia ora, David. I wish we were here doing a hearing for the RPS, to be honest, and getting this through the system. It's an unfortunate part of our process that's got caught up in. But I know the work's been done. I know what you're saying sounds simple, but it would be a plan change process would have to go through. But that is something that we've asked for to come back to us as what is a way through for this particular project, because I know the work has been done. So I know we're here to talk about the annual plan. So thank you for bringing this up to us and raising this with us as an important matter for your area and your land. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sure.
Now, councillors, I know Claire had a helpful suggestion about Shona, but I believe Shona is probably already online, to be honest. I saw someone jump in because he's on MS Teams. There is a slot later on, but that's already been filled. So our only option is to have a really short lunch break, to be honest, people, 7 minutes, come back in here and get on with the rest of our day. And if there's a catch-up slot later on, we could have another break, but that's all I can do. So let's have an adjournment, and we'll come back in at 12:45. If we can work with Shona in the meantime, we might try and do that. Thank you. Hey, kia ora koutou. Welcome back. So we're just restarting our meeting now. And thank you to Shona, who agreed to come back at 1:55. So that's really good. And we've got Samuel here. Thanks, Samuel. I'll hand it to you in a second, 10 minutes. I think you've heard the drill. And if you want some time for questions, leave some time within that 10 minutes and we'll go for it. So away you go.
Kia ora. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, sorry, frog in my throat, to submit my submission in person on the proposed annual plan and specifically the trial bus service between Rolleston and Darfield and the changes to fee structures for consent deposits. I'll start with the bus trial proposed. There seems to be a split in the community over this trial. Many I've spoken to see this as another expense for a service they would not utilise sufficiently to warrant the added expense. $139 to $178 may seem like a trivial amount to many, but to our fixed income residents or a person or young family on a single income source, this could mean the difference between having their heater on over winter or not. I'm also disappointed that we're here discussing bus changes and targeted rates when ECAN only 5 days ago decided to increase bus fare rates from $2 to $3, a 50% increase on previous charges. This has made me question what the worth of today's hearings actually are. Will ECAN make their own decisions and disregard public submissions? Because it appeared that they already had. Another concern is the fact that anyone could submit on this consultation. As many consultations of this nature, there will be no doubt a number of submissions from people who don't actually live in these townships that have targeted rates. And I'd even hazard a guess there'll be a pile-on from certain organisations like there usually is for open submissions. The proposal to change consent applications seems interesting, given one consent is $5,000, two consents is $7,500, and $10,000 for 3 or more consents, which suggests ECAN's workload diminishes through the economy of scale. Is this actually true? Would more consents from an applicant make the work involved less? I'd struggle to think so. I would have thought the opposite. The more consents, the more workload would be required, as volume on, assuming it's all on one property, would be more detailed to ensure that these multiple consents don't impact on one another. Keeping deposits the same for members of the public, but giving developers a softer bill seems lovely to them, but perhaps not for those who just want to consent their family home. May I suggest that perhaps we need to focus more in alignment with helping young Kiwis getting to their first home and encourage the building of first home buyer eligible property. If the total dwelling value would qualify for the first home buyer's home loan scheme, then the economies of scale could possibly apply to them. But secondly, if the applicant is directly wanting to construct a family home, perhaps a reduced deposit for consent could be allocated? Just a thought. Let's be honest, who has really ever got a refund from their consent deposit with ECAN anyway? Call it what it is, it's a starting fee, and I only know of this figure going up personally. I do, however, support the BOR consent deposit reduction, as I see this as a good move. The level of work required on BOR consent I'd gather to be minimal. I did find it a little cheeky that ECAN just sort of chucked in the back of a consultation document that sort of mainly encompassed a lovely bus service for our rural communities. Charges increased by 14.1% on it for inspections on a document that seems to be predominantly angled as addressing concerns of our area. Is this sort of a Trojan horse document? I do believe that user pays, but what does that user look like? Everyone in Canterbury is a user of ECAN consents daily. Any increase to costs be aligned with inflation, not 6 times the level of inflation. Many cannot afford rates currently at the cost they are now, let alone if you hawk them up again. Keep within your means. If increases are needed, let the growth pay for it. New dwellings and services coming online can handle the increase, but many pre-existing homeowners cannot burden the additional expense. Thank you.
Kia ora, Sam. Thanks for that. Do I have any questions from councillors? Yes, Councillor Swiggs.
Hey, thanks, Sam. I don't know if I missed it, but you might have mentioned around your comments in your submission, the Greater Christchurch Public Fair structures zones. Did you support that or did you not support that? And did you support the 2 zone or the 3 zone? I just wanted to get some clarity on your statements in that.
It's hard to support something that half my community doesn't want and half my community does. So I'm kind of on the fence on that. We do require more bus services, but what would be better to see would be another 86 bus service coming from Darfield into town. When we've got children standing on 100k an hour, well, standing, while a bus is travelling at 100k an hour, that's terrifying. And by the time that the 86 makes West Melton, it steams on past a lot of the time because there's no space. Also, people complain about the bus having to slow down because there's children standing, and so then people are passing dangerously going past the service. I think that's where personally the need is to get our kids to and from school, as opposed to another one to run people who work at Rolleston who predominantly have work vehicles anyway.
Good. Thanks, Sam. Greg?
Kia ora, Chair. Thanks very much, and it's always great for people to come in, so thank you for that. Can you just clarify for me, please, on the consent service users? So you talk about user pays, that you are for that. So are you for a greater proportion of user pays rather than general rate for those servicing?
Yeah, sorry, let me clarify. I'm sort of implying that perhaps we need to be actually gaining this additional lack of funding or the shortcoming of funding from people who apply for a consent as opposed to spreading it across everybody. There's a lot of people who are really struggling with their rates bill, be it broken down into water being a separate entity, the council services being a separate entity, and then ECANs sort of coming in at the same. It seems like everybody's trying to grab a bigger chunk of the pie, and it's hurting.
Thanks, Samuel. Any other questions from councillors? John?
Thanks, Sam. I think we've talked on the phone. Just a question around the public transport and the potential for that route between Darfield and West Melton. I know we've had a significant number of folk up and saying we don't want to go there, we're ratepayers and we will never use it. We've equally had some really strong submissions out of Selwyn District talking about the submissions that were made to them and their long-term plan, and people get or annual plan, and people get kind of confused about where they're going. So we've had a group going no, and we've had a group submitting to Selwyn. Do you have a genuine feel of what need looks like? Because I guess we're not talking about commuters using it for work purposes. There's a whole bunch of other reasoning in there. Just any further thoughts or insights?
And g'day, John. From my understanding, it seems like a lot of the sort of intention is to get staff to council chambers, Cord, or iZone. Most of those people have their own form of transport now, whereas a lot of the people who are struggling in my community with rates as they will never utilise this bus service. There is more of a need for them. They travel more often into Christchurch. I know that there's data that states that's contrary to that, but it's not what's aligned with what I'm seeing personally. But keep in mind, I am only submitting as one person. I'm not speaking for a whole. So,
and just to clarify, you suggested that an increase in the 86 service would be preferable from your perspective than a Darfield to Rolleston service. Agreed,
yes. Because that's where I'm hearing predominantly from West Melton that's where the need is to get kids into school, and professional couples that are wanting to jump on the bus early morning and then come late at night. But the other issue with the current way that it's running is we've got children mulling around waiting for a school bus to then come back home.
Kia ora, Samuel. I think that's all the questions we've got. So, hey, thank you so much for your insights, and thanks for answering those questions as well. Kia ora. Same to you. So next up, I think we've got Maree online. Has Maree jumped on? Just get our technology going to bring her through. There she is. So, kia ora, Mary. If you're there, you can turn your camera on if you wish.
I can.
Oh, there
yes.
you go.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Hey, so we've got you're presenting on behalf of the CCS Disability Organisation. So you've got 15 minutes, and if you want some time for questions, leave us some time in that slot. So, away you go, Mary. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Your Worship, the Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity. As you mentioned, I'm the Access Coordinator across the South Island for CCS Disability Action. Today, I just want to reiterate the importance of public transport to transport disadvantaged people, and in particular, just speak a little bit about total mobility, community transport and MyWays, and the buses and ferries. These services really make a difference to the lives of transport disabled people, and depending on accessibility and cost, they can facilitate or prevent transport disabled people from accessing essential services. Okay, the Ōtautahi research report number 960, entitled The Transport Experiences of Disabled People in Aotearoa, New Zealand, was published in 2022. It gained responses from 15,000 New Zealanders, which is pretty amazing, really, and it's an important bit of information regarding disabled people in New Zealand. With regard to total mobility, the research reported that total mobility is often the only means of transport for many disabled people. Total mobility users really value the service and mostly use it to reach essential services, for example, healthcare, supermarket shopping and the like. They're less likely to use it for recreation or social purposes, just because of the availability and the cost. Participants reported the difference that it made to their lives. It gave them certainty around things, and some respondents also said that they saved their total mobility budget for times when they knew they would have to access healthcare in an emergency, and that gave them the assurance that they could reach these appointments. I think it's really important to note that this research was conducted when the total mobility subsidy was 50% of the fare. And it's also important to note that a significant number of respondents said that the 50% subsidy was not really sufficient and that they could not always access essential services. We understand that the demand for total mobility is increasing. However, it is essential that the Council continues to provide this service. And with regard to the upcoming Government Total Mobility Review, we urge the Council to point out the importance of total mobility and to advocate for the continuation of the 75% subsidy. We also note that there are some total mobility users who would be able and happy to use public transport such as buses were it more accessible. This would create more spaces for people with no other transport options to use total mobility. We recommend that the Council continues to access improvements with the buses and work with other local authorities to improve accessibility of the transport infrastructure. MyWay by Metro in Timaru makes a remarkable difference to disabled people in Timaru, and we hear really positive feedback about that. They love it. It's made a big difference to their lives, and we strongly recommend that you continue with this service. We're aware of other disabled people in other areas, in other regional council areas, who are advocating for a service similar to MyWay. We also want to just talk a little about community transport now. We also have feedback from across New Zealand that many disabled people, and particularly people in rural areas, have extreme difficulty accessing health appointments, and that sometimes they are unable to attend. And we think there are probably a lot more people that actually don't access their health appointments because of just problems with transport. We don't have any data around this. Community transport services fill the gap in providing transport to healthcare, etc. In addition to this, they also provide social benefits. People meet other people when they're being driven to their health appointments and things like that. And we also, the broader benefits of that fact that people can actually reach their healthcare appointments, it prevents them from becoming more unwell. Public transport fares can also be a barrier to transport disabled people accessing essential services, education, etc. We strongly urge the Council to take cognizance of this when they're setting fares and implementing bus zones. In 2022, research conducted by the University of Ōtautahi in Christchurch reported that the cost of public transport can play an important role in transport accessibility. They interviewed over 372 people who lived in public housing during the time when the transport was reduced to $2, when the bus fares were $2 from April 2022 to June 2023. Almost half of the respondents said that half-price fares allowed them to make a trip that they otherwise would not have made. And 36% of respondents also said that they've been able to spend money on other things such as food. So I think that helps to demonstrate the importance of public transport just for disabled people. And whilst we understand that costs and everything are rising, we do think it's really important that you keep the cost of the fare in mind when you're establishing setting your fares, and also when you're setting zones. Because if a person has to cross 2 or 3 zones, that will indeed put their fare up. And the other thing to remember about disabled and transport disabled people, they have lower incomes, so they've got a more reduced budget for transport anyway, and they're more likely to live in the periphery of towns and cities where when housing is less expensive. So that often just means that their options are gone and that they stay home. So that concludes what I have to say. Thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Regional Council. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mary. Thank you for that. Got a question from Councillor Swiggs. Dion.
Kia ora, Mary. Thank you so much for the advocacy that you do on behalf of often people that don't have a voice. One thing that you've touched on a lot was total mobility, and I've spoken about this a number of times, and I'm pretty open about that conversation. We're facing some incredible challenges with total mobility. At the moment, 15% of the rate rise that we've got, or around 15%, is on this one service. It's, in my opinion, it's unsustainable the way it's going at the moment for ratepayers. Don't want to see the service disappear, but is there a better way that we can have this service delivered? Now, one thing that struck me quite striking in your presentation was that you mentioned healthcare so much when it came to total mobility. Is there an opportunity here to maybe look at doing this better? And do you think it might be better suited for total mobility to be administered through, say, the Ministry of Health rather than through a regional council?
There are a lot of really complex questions, and like you, we are concerned about the increasing use and cost, and we know that it's just going to go up and up and up. And I don't think there's any great one-off answer to it. We've definitely got an ageing population, so we've got more people using it. There are probably more people are probably more aware of total mobility, and plus some disabled people have lost their other funding that they would use in times gone by for transport. As to who would administer it, or whatever. I think that's for, that's a deep question for brains deeper than mine. But yeah, we really do have to stand back and look at it and say, this is important. How are we going to make sure that we continue it? And that's where things like community transport are really valuable in enabling people to use public transport. Overseas, some transport jurisdictions identify people who may well be able to use buses, etc., if they knew how to use them. And they've introduced something called transport training, where they work with an individual on a one-on-one basis, perhaps for a few weeks, and help them to find out, how to find out about the timetables, how to catch the bus, where to go, where to get off. And I think that's something that we sometimes forget, is when you don't have access to the internet, as we've just discovered in our household this morning, what a disadvantage that can be, that all those little things add up.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
No, I appreciate.
Sorry, there's no real answer to that question.
I think it's something that we do need to sit down and start thinking about. So thank you for your response. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Vicky, question from you, Vicky, Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation, and really helpful understanding the different parts of the components of public transport and transport options that people are using with disabilities. Just wondering, you mentioned My Way, and I'm wondering, do you know whether there are, so it sounded like people who might otherwise use total mobility, where My Way is an option, use that where they can, perhaps?
I would, yes, I think so. I'm not from Timaru, but yes, that's the feedback that we hear. And quite often people would like to use an alternative, because it is, whilst total mobility is cheap, it's not as cheap as a bus fare. And users are probably not well off, so being able to do that is great. The one thing that sticks in my mind about My Way is when you did the first review, I phoned your staff member who was managing it, and she said to me, people are doing things they never did before. And those things were visiting family and friends. They're things that we often take for granted. So it is really important, and I think the Timaru one's been really successful. And we're working with other disabled communities in other areas to advocate for the regional councils to implement them. So yes, it does provide another option, which then helps to reduce the need for total mobility.
Yeah, so no, it'd be interesting to find out where My Way in Timaru, whether there's been a shift in the costs of total mobility per capita or something, some measure we could look at to see what would what's the economic. And My Way, of course, delivers for others as well as those with disabilities. So there's perhaps something for our PT team to look into. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky.
I think that would be really, really interesting. We'd love to hear what you find out.
Thanks, Mary. Ian, last question.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Mary. You make a compelling case for for the council to better recognise the social service aspect of public transport for total mobility in particular. Have we got the settings wrong? Should we be putting less emphasis and trying to encourage all and sundry to use public transport services and putting a higher proportion of our resources into total mobility and helping those who are significantly disadvantaged in society, as opposed to trying to solve everybody's problems, given that we have limited resources and we've only got so many dollars to share around?
I think that it's very, very important to place a high emphasis on disadvantaged transport users, but there are also other really important benefits of public transport. For example, reducing admissions, and if you've got a good public transport system, it can help people, increase walking and cycling by people walking to buses. But yes, you do need to make a really strong investment in the people who can't use public transport. Once again, it's a really complex question, but it is important, because often things like total mobility and public transport actually allow people to work, one piece of feedback that springs to mind now from the Whakatau report was a respondent saying, I couldn't maintain my job if I didn't have total mobility. I think the other thing to remember about total mobility is that people, as I said, are using it for essential services. They're not using it for, parties and social events. It's just actually having a bit of a life. Yeah.
Thanks, Mary. Well answered.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submission, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Kia ora. Next up, I think, Jamie, you're here in the back. Kia ora, Jamie. Welcome here. Welcome again. Nice to see you. And was that another person online?
She's been cut off.
Oh, true. Okay. Did you have anyone else joining you? That was your person who came up? Okay. We're just trying to see if she's going to rejoin. There she comes. Cool. Kia ora, Lydia. Welcome back. We've got Jamie up on the table now. So I'll hand over to you, Jamie, and introduce your submission. So kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I acknowledge that some of these issues I raise are confronting and that they impact people, including within ECAN. My purpose is not to attack ECAN, but it's to assist you in understanding, raise questions around the efficient and effective operation of an entity funded by the people of Canterbury, to seek accountability, and to be someone that assists in positive change. And my submission today, it's informed from being constantly confronted with ECAN's planning, consenting and compliance in the environmental work I do every day with farmers, and my regular conversations with frustrated consultants working in your consent space. ECAN's extraordinary complex planning framework is not only cost prohibitive, but it is extremely hard on people, farmers, consultants and ECAN staff. My principal concern is the impact on people's wellbeing. I'm just going to go through a couple of key points on some of those issues that I've raised in my submission. The first one's the land use change report, margins of riverbeds. Barry Craig undertook the independent review for Rural Advocacy Network and for the Blythe community. Today I am tabling, with Barry's agreement and permission, further work that he has voluntarily undertaken that shows that not just the Blythe River, but that the original 2015 Land Use Change report applied to rivers throughout Canterbury used the same flawed methodology and should also be withdrawn. I submit that the apology ECAN issued 2 weeks ago to the Blythe community should be extended to all farmers bordering braided rivers in the region. An independent investigation is required, including into potential conflicts of interest and how key ECAN staff overseeing these reports and the independent peer reviewer from NIWA were involved together in a lobby group that used these reports to advocate for legislative changes at government level relating to braided rivers. Wetlands. My key submission point here is that if this is the standard of assessment undertaken by ECAN staff to confirm indicative wetlands as wetlands, then you can have zero confidence in the reliability and accuracy of this database. Hence, this database must be withdrawn, as it is not fit for purpose and it has serious legal implications for affected landowners and ECAN, as demonstrated in the Greater Wellington case where a farmer was wrongfully imprisoned because of flawed wetland assessment. Further, ECAN's actions with the wetland mapping combined with your unworkable regulations are a disincentive to wetland enhancement, and I see that in my work. Consents planning. Today I've got Lydia Macfarlane-Armstrong with me. online, and she's been through the consent process, well, is still in the consent process, Lydia, but she's just going to outline some consent issues.
Just before Kia ora, Lydia, just if it is a live consent, just note that, that might not be something that we want to discuss too much, because, anyway, just noting that, but happy for you to discuss your experiences,
Yeah, that's fine. It's pretty brief. So kia ora, my name is Lydia Macfarlane-Armstrong. Together with our 4 children, my husband Rob and I live on Naroma, our sheep and beef farm on the Conway coast of North Canterbury. Our children are the 7th generation of my family to live here, and we feel honoured and blessed to be the caretakers of this land. Our goal is to pass the stewardship of this beautiful land to the next generation in even better condition, with healthier waterways, greater biodiversity, and more native forest and animals. So in the early 2000s, my father had the ingenuity to build a water storage pond to harvest some of the water from a creek on our farm that only flows after significant rain events, but for the most part is ephemeral and comparatively insignificant as a waterway. The water harvested is then used over summer to irrigate 1% of our extensively farmed property. However, this relatively small area under irrigation is critical to our farm business, as North Canterbury frequently experiences drought. So the irrigation guarantees we can grow out our young replacement stock to good weights, ensuring their breeding performance for the rest of their lives. For the ordinary person on the land, the current consent process is overly complicated and impossible to navigate without the expensive expertise of consultants. And even then, it's not enough. Our latest application, which we deemed comprehensive and robust in conjunction with our consultants, was rejected in February. The rejection included a long list of missing information still required. We now must submit a full new application, the cost of which is prohibitive. Over the past 7 years, we have spent over $30,000 in efforts to maintain this irrigation as a consented activity. This is a significant proportion of our revenue and not a cost we can continue to meet every 5 or 10 years. It has contributed to our level of debt. The ongoing uncertainties regarding ECAN's requirements for consent, as well as the huge time and cost involved, are a source of incredible stress and frustration for both my husband and me. We are a family farm, we're not a corporate farm. It is not just part of a job that we can leave at the door when we get home or forget about over the weekend. Our hearts, livelihoods and legacy as farmers and caretakers of the land are at stake. ECAN's requirements for us to be able to continue what has been a consented activity are excessive, to say the least, and obviously financially unviable for us as a farming family. Something must change. Thank you.
Kia ora, Lydia. Are you going to carry on, Jamie? Thanks, Lydia.
Thank you, Lydia. For next year's annual plan, I have considered bringing to this table multiple examples of how bad the consent system has become. One of our clients has had 4 different consents planners in 3 extremely frustrating years. Another has spent over $300,000 in 4 years, a massive waste of money that would have been preferred to have been spent boosting their actions in helping the environment. $300,000. And I guess almost ironically, on my way down, I stopped in the Woolworths car park in Amberley and caught up with someone I hadn't seen for a while. They've spent $200,000 in the last 4 years. But one of the points that I want to make from this that some of you may be aware of is that there is a widely held view throughout Canterbury not to apply for consents, avoid applying for consents. And I mean, some of the rural councillors be aware of this because this is talked about everywhere. Don't apply for a consent. If the council wants a clear understanding of how ECAN's planning and consenting framework is working at grassroots level, then I suggest a forum with consultants like myself that are living and breathing it every day. We are appreciative of your Director of Operations, Stephen Hall's, efforts to listen and to effect change. He must be supported in this endeavour. My submission raises the question of independent observers that can work with the likes of Stephen, provide an external lens and facilitate positive change. Such are the magnitude of deficiencies in ECAN that external oversight is now required. This oversight would also be beneficial for your RMA Section 35 efficiency and effectiveness responsibilities. Thank you.
Any questions from councillors? Ian?
This may be an unfair question for you, Jamie, but were you familiar with our wetlands provisions and our proposed Plan Change 8? Did you get to see those?
No, I've switched off.
That's right. I was going to ask if you had seen them, did you think they went far enough to enable constructed filtration wetlands as you describe in your paper here? But if you didn't see it, then you won't know.
I guess in terms of your question, my response can be from what I've seen on the ground, and there's still big problems with anything to do with wetlands, not in terms of just working in wetlands, but enhancing wetlands. We've got a number of situations where that enhancement is impeded by the legislation, ECAN's legislation.
Peter.
Yeah, hi Jamie, thanks for that. Jamie, there's two pretty extensive costs that you've mentioned, 300,000, 200,000. There are a variety of things, I guess, that hold up consents in terms of case law, all those things that you will be aware of. In the two that you've mentioned, are they in your mind a straightforward process, or were they complicated processes, like was all the information given, all those sorts of things that come into consent?
That's an interesting question, because we were discussing it last night at a meeting, this exact point, and we were looking at consents and working out in our minds what we thought was an appropriate amount to spend on consents. And the one that mentioned 200,000, he thought $5,000 was probably more appropriate. So when we look at consents like Lydia's one, you know, if you get a feel for what they've got there up on the Conway coast, $30,000, 1% of the farm irrigated, 26 hectares. It's tiny. The scale of costs and the amount of time that they have to go through for their consent is way out of proportion. So, you know, small consents, a couple of $1,000. Consents that people seem to think somewhere around, I guess, 2,000 to 10,000 for, you know, most consents would be appropriate. But I don't know, Lydia might have a view on that too. But
I would agree with that. It sounds reasonable to me.
Kia ora, Peter, you got a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a follow-up question, Jamie, on that. So this is a regulator. We are a regulator in terms of the environment, and we operate on behalf of the people in terms of how the natural resources are allocated, right? So that's what we do. And in some cases, do you think that no is an answer? Because what happens is when we get advocated to in South Canterbury, when I get advocated to, everybody thinks that they deserve a consent for the reason they need it, and when they get a no or get a pushback, they think the organisation's wrong. So how do you see that?
There is a place for no consents, but that's not the focus of my presentation today. It's around a lot of consents that I'm involved with, you know, supporting people that are going through the process that are not no consents, and so that's that's probably not something I can answer. Yeah.
Oh, Greg, did you have a question? Yep. There you go.
Kia ora, thanks. Thanks both. Very good. I just want to clarify again. You were saying that the activity you had for the irrigation was already consented it's already been consented? These are costs to renewal. Kia ora, that's all I want to thank you.
Yes, Lydia, your consent was granted originally. When was it first granted?
I think 2003.
Yeah, 2003. So a lot of these consents that we're talking about today are renewal consents. They're not new consents. Yeah.
But now we have to apply for a new consent, which is going to cost significantly a lot more. Yeah.
Genevieve, last question.
Yeah, just a brief question. Do you sort of notice or agree that at least since 2003, perhaps the environment that we're all living in has changed, and that even a renewal consent sometimes requires a little bit more oversight and a little bit more thinking according to some of the changes we've already done in certain planning framework, and may not always pass the threshold? Do you agree with that?
Is that a question for both of us, or yeah?
I'm not referring to a specific consent, of course, just in general.
Yes, yeah, things have absolutely changed since 2003. But what we're facing, if you could see the detail a bit of what we're facing, it would hit you in the face that it's excessive and way out of proportion with what we're trying to do. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, I just completely support those comments. Our concerns are around the requirements being way out of proportion. And yes, it has changed and there needs to be more oversight, but that's not what we're seeing. It would be useful for you to see more examples like Lydia's and in a bit more detail, because that would really show that how graphically out of proportion with the scale of their activities these consent processes are now, and that's a reflection of. It's actually a reflection of years of development of the planning framework that hasn't really stopped and had a breather and said, are we on track? Are we delivering? Are we efficient? Are we effective? There hasn't been that stop in the process, and it's just evolved over, even since the NRRP days. It's evolved into this huge monster that you've got now, and now I see with your Section 35 stuff, it was heartening actually to see that you're really starting to think about quite a big look into this situation. But I still would say that you need some external oversight. That would be useful.
Thank you, Jamie and Lydia, for your submission. And as you know, the Section 35 there is something to take stock of everything that's been looked at. And of course, there's lots of changes going on with the RMA at a government level. So we'll see where that gets us. Getting the balance right is the most important thing. So thanks for your submission, and we'll move on to our next one. So thanks, Jamie. Thanks, Lydia. Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Yep.
She's got David, Guthrey, Sara, Gerard.
Yep. Kia ora, Colleen. Yep, you're good to come up. And your team, David and Sara, is it? Yes. So, yeah, welcome up. And you're presenting on behalf of Sustainable Ōtautahi Christchurch. So, thank you. Welcome here. And you got 15 minutes for your presentation. If you want some questions, leave us some time during that 15 minutes. So, we'll hand over to you when you're ready. Yeah, you're away.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Colleen, Sara, David, and thank you for listening to us today. First, I want to thank you once again for the funding that Sustainable Ōtautahi Christchurch and the New Zealand Association for Environmental Education have received from ECAN, from the Y Fund, to support our Speaking for the Planet competition. We've been doing it for 7 years, and you've been helping us for 6 of those years. And a lot of young people have gone through that competition, developing skills, finding their voice on environmental issues. Last year, 13 schools were involved, as well as a lot of individual students from around the region. This year, the theme is on marine, on the oceans. So this year for SOC is actually quite a marine-focused year in terms of our biodiversity work. Connected with our marine work is a project that SOC are connected with, the Whakaropo Fauna Project. It was set up by one of our committee members, and this year SOC got funding for, among other things, to develop a field guide on the little microorganisms, microcritters that she studies in the Littleton Harbour. SOC remain concerned that at the amount of marine work that ECAN does or does not do, given the responsibilities that you have in that space. I would like to say that after listening to Di Lucas last year, speaking at the hearings, talking to you about mapping marine ecosystems, mapping marine habitats, that it was very, very exciting to see the project that's been completed, mapping the habitats around Banks Peninsula. That was just wonderful to see. So again, thank you very, very much for that work, and working in partnership in a joined up way with all the other agencies that you've obviously worked with, including the Runanga, DOC, LINS. Very, very cool to see. But I would like to get back to the idea that is enough happening in the marine space. Am I missing something though? Sometimes I find it very hard to navigate your website, so am I missing stuff that you're doing? I know you're doing some stuff on marine pests. So in relation to that and the fact that, the uncertainty, I would like to just make a suggestion. In previous years, Ali Bell, when she was working here, she ran a thing called Networking for the Environment. And that was absolutely wonderful for our community, for the organisations that are working, third sector organisations working in the environmental space, bringing us all together, informing us about really, really important issues. And I was just wondering if you might consider holding something around marine issues, like a networking for the environment that is led by staff, by people paid to pay attention to the marine space. And it would even show us that you actually have people doing that you have the staff on board, you have the people who are interested in doing that work, as well as inform us about what's going on. And I know that Sara has told me that there's changes coming through from the RMA in the marine space, and even because of that, it could be really interesting for us and valuable, not just interesting, but valuable for us all to get together and look at the marine space a bit more intensively. I'm going to hand over to Sara now. She's got kind of marine adjacent but different.
Yeah. So yes, I'm going to be more looking at the asking questions about the estuary and lagoon, the coastal environments. So. And that's sort of under the Environment Regulation Protection side of things. So I'd like to have some more understanding, and I guess it's, again, looking at the webpage, where do I find it? What are you up to? So understanding whether stormwater testing for heavy metals and hydrocarbons has been carried out by Environment Canterbury, where do I find that? And for many, especially for the many industrial zone discharges along the Heathcote River and in Timaru, the Washed-Out Creek, so to identify and monitor those hotspots and address the pollution to the downstream estuary and lagoon. While constructed wetlands and stormwater 360 devices are great, I am a strong advocate of doing things at all possible in preventing and treating pollution at the source. I wonder if ECAN's State of Environment reports on city and district council monitoring of industrial stormwater includes the monitoring of site pollution prevention plans. I know Canterbury, University of Canterbury research team have developed a product called the Storminator. I don't know if you're aware of that one. and it treats the roof downpipe water. You put it in it's a device you put in the downpipe, and it removes zinc and copper from the stormwater. So that's sort of a demonstration of treating it right at the source before it enters waterways, and therefore we protect invertebrates in the aquatic ecosystems. So then moving also under the environmental regulation and protection, we request that the Sumner Beach coastal and freshwater monitoring be changed from summer months to a year-round program. We suggest a 3-year monitoring program at the Clock Tower stormwater outflow to occur throughout the year, with the water monitoring program devised to include dry periods and low flows, so to identify occurrence of wastewater in the stormwater system. This Scarborough end of the beach especially is a regionally important location to swim. It is very popular for year-round surfing and swimming, from the very young to the elderly, and there's a very enthusiastic group of cold water swimmers who swim most days year-round. I have been advised through word of mouth from the people doing the Clock Tower water sampling that the E. coli contamination comes from broken sewer pipes. The first post-earthquake repaired house that I was keen on buying had a lovely new kitchen, lovely new bathrooms. However, on inspection, with the camera up the wastewater, the pipes remained broken. Houses are being auctioned, bought and sold in Christchurch with the wastewater pipes not fixed. How do we get Christchurch wastewater pipes fixed? How do we stop wastewater from making its way into our stormwater drains, streams, rivers and beaches? I would like to suggest a formation of a Sumner catchment group to include ECAN's support and program, monitoring program, and Christchurch City Council to undertake the investment of the night pipe network and capital works, Sumner Residents Association to assist in public awareness, and private residents on their bit doing the on-site contractor work. And there's a collaborative effort to fix the wastewater pipe network, as it is a well-off, well-contained catchments with residents who love their beach. I think there's real possibilities to make a difference. Yeah, stop there. Okay.
Okay, we're moving on to talking about public transport now. And first we want to start by saying thank you again to ECAN for the things that you've been doing in a really positive way that show really good intent from ECAN towards public transport. Thank you for the increase in the electric buses, the increasing frequency of some routes, the attempt to keep the fares down as long as possible. Thank you for putting the bikes back on the buses. I know that wasn't just you, but it's really important and really exciting to see them back on. And we're really, really excited to see the introduction of the dog trials, the pets on buses. Disappointed that cash is being removed. When I travel on the buses and I see the kind of people who are using cash to pay for the service, I'm really concerned about the impact of that change is going to make. And I know all the arguments for the change, but I'm still really concerned. SOC strongly support transport choices, and a good public transport system is an integral part of a sustainable future for our city and region. Regional joined-up thinking is really important, and we keenly support more bus services in Selwyn. Those Selwyn District Council are considering funding and improved service from ECAN. I've heard myself personally Selwyn citizens asking for this. I attended the long-term plan hearings at Selwyn and I listened to submitters talking to this topic. And also last year at our Speaking for the Planet competition, one of our formal speeches was from a young girl from the Selwyn district talking about public transport. And that was pretty exciting to me. She came second, And afterwards, I went up to her and her mum was so excited because she'd never done anything like that before. And she was so passionate about the topic that she was prepared to give it a go. And she did well. And so I suggested she go and meet with Sam Broughton. And their eyes lit up. So what I wanted to say about that is that it shows that speaking for the planet is not just about the environment, it's also about building young people's confidence and connection, including with local democracy. Young people finding their voice, those intangibles are really, really important. Fares matter on public transport. I know the research tends to indicate that it's frequency and reliability that drives uptake, but fares matter. But fairness is important to keep in mind when you do this. We don't want resentment, pushback. It's perceived unfairness of how the fares are rolled out across the region. And I'm going to hand back to Sara for some more comments on that.
We have an ageing population, and with that, less likely to have less mobility. And there are many towns rural towns, where people will retire. For example, Geraldine, Temuka, Ashburton, Leeston, Darfield, Akaroa, Hamner Springs, Amberley, Kaikoura, which will require more appropriate public transport services into the future. And with climate change, maybe these satellite centres may become more popular. And that could be something to look at when looking at spatial planning. Tourism would greatly benefit from improved public transport services that connects our rural towns and destinations. These communities should have public transport connection to main centres and services, and this could be on-demand vans, buses or rail. To help fund the planning, development and running of these services, could Environment Council look at a nominal public transport rate for all ratepayers throughout the region? On top of the base rate, an additional rate applied as a percentage of the residential property value. For commercial properties and maybe tertiary organisations, I'm sort of looking at this idea. Additional target rate could be based on the number of car parks initially set up as a trial. The objective of the rate would be to incentivise companies, both rural and urban, to implement their travel plans. 1 minute. Okay, for employees and customers. We suggest ECAN could facilitate citizen assemblies or huis for rural centres and communities to decide the public transport services appropriate for them, daily van service or efficient regional bus service or revived rail passenger networks to connect rural centres to the airports, hospitals, etc., so the actual and probable future public transport demands and needs are met. Thank you. Got it.
Cool. So I've got a question from David and then one from Greg and Genevieve if we've got time.
Thank you. You talked about improving water quality testing on Sumner Beach and suggested that a lot of people are swimming all year round. I agree, and there's a number of other beaches that people are swimming all year round. Do you think our water quality testing on our public beaches and waterways is adequate or could be improved? And there are a number of other popular swimming spots throughout the area that seem to be only extensively tested in the summer months. So what are your thoughts on a expanded water quality testing for popular public swimming venues? I just noticed you focused on Sumner. That was all.
Just use your button. Just push and then we can hit. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. certainly places like Corsair Bay is probably another hot spot. It would be tricky on the open beach of Brighton because there'll be quite a few discharge points. I think it's really probably maybe from the different discharges on the definitely if you can have testing at the actual stormwater discharge outlets, that would probably be the year round.
Thank you. Greg?
Kia ora, Chair. Thanks very much, and I'm a great supporter of your Speaking for the Planet. Can't wait till the third one. And I think it was a good point that you raised about the confidence of exceptional young people that are involved with that. Just briefly, in your written submission, you talk about regulating and incentivising wildfire vegetation risk management. We also heard from the Summit Road Society and the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. Can you just do you have any ideas around what that might look like?
Yeah, I feel there's a lot of collaborative work to be done, and that there's really important spatial planning work to be done as far as how to look at land use systems and how they can be best managed, especially grazing on the Port Hills. It's what I'm and the type of vegetation on the Port Hills. I think there needs to be an overall vegetation management plan and to be undertaken, and that's quite a collaborative effort. But I think it needs to be done. Sorry, I was thinking.
No, that's fine. That's
Anecdotally, that's a concern for a lot of people in Christchurch.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for your submission from Sustainable Ōtautahi Christchurch. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Shona, who was very, very helpfully moved her submission to now, so keen to carry on with her. So kia ora, Shona. Yep. So yeah, just give us a second in the room. Councillors can come back to the table so we can hear Shona. That would be really good. So kia ora, Shona. Thank you so much for. Oh, hang on, people. It'd be good if we can carry on with our meeting. So thank you, Shona, and I really appreciate you changing your time to allow us just to have a little bit more of a break. So kia ora, and don't want to keep you waiting any longer. So go with your submission and look forward to asking some questions if there's time at the end. So kia ora, Shona.
Hi, I'm Shona Powell from the Woodend-Sefton Community Board. Hopefully you can hear me all right.
Yep, we sure can.
Excellent. Main focus of our submission is on public transport, and one of the things we really would like to highlight is that the Waimakariri is different from Christchurch. Private vehicle is a primary form of transport. We don't have access to taxi services and the likes of Ubers that Christchurch has. So, public transport is very important in Waimakariri. And so I just wanted to set the scene with that one. Basically, Woodend and Pegasus ratepayers pay just under $220 per annum for public transport. But for that, many residents have to walk long distances to get to a bus stop. They have to walk up to 25 minutes or more to get to a bus stop to catch a bus that only runs hourly in non-peak hours, meaning public transport is not a feasible alternative to private vehicles. one of the outcome measures in the ECAN plan is the percentage of households in Greater Christchurch within 400 metres of network bus stops. So the figure for 23-24 was 80.5%, with an unstated target to increase that. I would say that Pegasus and Woodend are way, way below that level, and there is a need to increase that dramatically. In my written submission, I put the map showing a 400-metre radius from the bus stops, which really tells the whole story. Woodend, I would say about 50% is more than 400 metres from a bus stop, and people in Ravenswood and depending on which bus they're catching, some people in the south end of Woodend, they just have to walk a long way to get to a bus stop. So the routes haven't kept up with the high level of population growth in this area, and that was compounded by the, I will say, short-sighted decision in 2019 by ECAN staff to shorten the route within Pegasus, when at that time the housing was actually being built at that end of the township. It's here an example is it took a number of years to get staff to finally agree to do a short deviation of the route to take in the commercial area of Ravenswood. So we're now just waiting on the route to be made active as the bus stop is in place. But in 2019, ECAN staff assured us that when the commercial area was up and running, they would look at the route then. We are pleased it is finally going to be happening. In fact, I was actually asked about it by residents just this morning about when it would actually be operational. But that really highlights the problem that we have of even just trying to get really just small deviations, any change to the route is just so difficult. It is just not responsive. And I know there are difficulties with funding. That's across the board. But, our ratepayers here are paying $220 per annum at the moment. And the service is just not there. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I think if you actually read my written submission, most of the information is in there, and I'm not going to repeat all of that stuff. So just any questions?
Kia ora, Shona, and thanks so much for highlighting those key points. And we've definitely got it in front of us and people have read it. So have we got any questions from councillors? Yeah, Claire, Councillor McGuire.
Not really a question, Shona. I just do want to acknowledge that you are a very strong advocate for this group of people, and you and I have had these conversations a couple of times, several times over the years, and I bring it up at the table quite frequently. But you are right, we are hamstrung to a degree, and don't forget there's a couple of us at this table that will keep advocating for Waimakariri's public transport, particularly with the huge growth around that Woodend Pegasus area now joining up to Rangiora. And it does align with the Selwyn District Council and their certainly advocacy to us as well, and the constituents that we've had in from that area looking for better public transport. So hopefully when we get the 1 and the 5 and some business case studies done, we'll try and get a better service for that growing area. So, yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Any other questions, Councillor Edge?
Yeah, thanks, Shona. I like your maps and your circles for the 400 metres. I think that's really, really useful. You're a bit like Claire, really. The huge growth towards Rangiora, between Rangiora, the Kippenberger Ave subdivision, which is filling in fast, Ravenswood connection to Pegasus, Woodend, all of those sort of things. So I suspect in future planning it's going to have to take account of how to get those connections, perhaps for another route that delivers for people. Or certainly in the past you've talked about the intra-townships, between township bus circulation. So that's something that we're aware of what you're doing. But thank you very much. It's not really a question, but further work to be done, really. And this 400 metre thing, it is on the agenda, and it would be useful to see how that goes forward.
Kia ora, Grant. Any other questions, councillors? No, I think... Oh, Vicky. There you go, Vicky.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Shona. Thank you for the maps and planning. Actually, my son's, he says, a friend in Woodend, so he uses the bus to come from the south side of Christchurch to go up to his mate, but it does take an awfully long time. I was just wondering, we've had some people talking about bike racks and covered bike racks and things near bus stops. I'm wondering, is there any other people, do you think, like, helping or making people realise that actually you can use a mixed mode, even including, and I see this in some of the hilly suburbs where people drive off the hills down to the nearest stop, park up there and then connect into the bus service as an interim measure. I wonder whether that's something that people do, recognising particularly how much cheaper it is if you can catch the bus into Christchurch than it is to use the petrol coming from out where you are. Whether that's something that people do, or if having a decent bike lock-up spot near some of those stops would help people be able to do those, that mile to the stop or whatever. Is that something that's worthwhile sort of considering, or it's really just got to be the buses?
I certainly haven't heard of it, and I know, the main bus stop in Pegasus, there is a bike rack very close to that, and to be honest, I don't think I've ever even seen a bike chained up there. So, I'm just not sure that people are doing that. We get a lot of people being, certainly car is king. We certainly get a lot of people being dropped off out at the Pegasus roundabout to catch the bus from there. So whether, I don't know, people are coming from Waikuku or even Amberley and actually getting dropped off there to catch the bus from there. That's certainly something, and a park and ride in Ravenswood would be wonderful, and would also serve Huranui as well.
Kia ora, Shona. Great idea. So I don't think I've got any more questions. Thank you so much for changing your time and being so patient with us, and great submission too. So kia ora, Shona. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. I think our next submitter has jumped online. Is that right, team? Cool. And I think this is our submission from Ashburton District Council. And just waiting. So is it Liz? Is Liz presenting today? Kia ora, you can turn your camera on if you wish. Because we've got the CEO office at the moment, so don't know if that's Hamish. Oh, there he is. Hamish and Liz. Kia ora. Welcome along. We can carry on now if you're happy, and you've got 15 minutes for your submission, and leave us some time for questions if you'd like some. So kia ora, hand over to you guys.
Thanks, Craig, and kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our Ashburton District Council submission. I know you would have all read the submission, so I just want to go through a couple of comments. First one, public transport, and I'd like to thank you for the continuation of your support for the total mobility scheme, and also the community vehicle trust that we have set up here as well. We note that the total mobility scheme is becoming increasingly popular. And we also note that there's a trial bus service happening in Selwyn, and we request that ECAN would consider Ashburton for future public transport pilots, particularly in the Ashburton urban area where we've had many requests for that service to start up. We also note that you're signalling future investment for public transport, and we request that our district is included in that, and also the consideration of a daily service between Ashburton and Timaru and Ashburton and Christchurch to cater for those that need to travel in and out of the district. Note 2 on flood management, we thank you for the work completed to date with regards to flood management for the Hakatere-Ashburton River, and we request ECAN to incentivise the removal of gravel from the Hakatere-Ashburton River as part of the construction of the second urban bridge and the connecting roads. This is a real opportunity to use the project to remove extra material from the nearby river And we're concerned that without incentives, the marketplace alone will not necessarily take up the opportunity. We also note that you are going out for consultation on your river gravel management strategy, and we intend to make a submission on that as well. Regarding fees and charges, we support fees and charges being used to recoup costs incurred where an individual directly benefits rather than a group or the community as a whole. Therefore, we support the proposed fees and charges to the resource consent deposits and staff charges. However, we request that the consenting officers are fully competent and able to make decisions in a timely manner without adding extra cost to the applicant. Lastly, in regards to the proposed rates increase, we see that it's an average of 9.9%. However, the rates increase for rural properties in the Ashburton district is 10.3%, but it's 17.6% for urban properties. Seems to be higher than average and unexpected given the focus of the plan on the public transport, which Ashburton does not have in the extent of other districts. We believe the increase can't be fully explained by the increase in total mobility rate or the general rate, and we request some clarification on this, please. We're concerned about the affordability of such a rate increase for our residents. We have commented in previous submissions about activities that would be more appropriately funded through the UAGC, and we urge you to consider utilising this more to better reflect the benefits of its programs across the region. And we'd just like to ask if we could have the answers to the questions on the gravel extraction, the UAGC and the drivers for the rate increase in writing going forward. So we thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and welcome any questions.
Kia ora, Liz, thank you. Ian, Councillor Mackenzie.
Hi, Liz, Hamish. Two questions. One about the gravel for the bridge. Do you have a view as to what the volumes required are? And the second question is, I thought, well, in fact, I was involved with a survey, or a discussion around public transport service around Ashburton. I thought the general conclusion from that discussion, was it last year, was that they thought the service would be too expensive, and so there was no appetite for that. Are you suggesting that regardless of that, there is an appetite for public transport, regardless of the cost, I should say?
I'll answer the public transport one first. There does seem to be an appetite, mainly from elderly residents. We did have a survey that was done last year, and there's a report coming to council tomorrow. Yes, it will be a dollar thing, I think. It's there's definitely appetite for it, but it's how it's going to be paid for. And I'll pass over to Hamish regarding the gravel.
Thank you, Liz. Kia ora, Ian. Thanks for the question, Ian. I don't think we yet have specific volumes, Councillor, in relation to the volume of metal that could be needed for the second urban bridge. What we're signalling, and we have made this comment in the river gravel management strategy submission, that there's a real opportunity to utilise whatever is needed from the Hakatere River, regardless of that specific volume, and we're just concerned that the marketplace alone might not deliver that, but some kind of mechanism around perhaps incentives to access that gravel will still be the cheapest option in the long run, both for the bridge and for river maintenance. If we can get ahead of the construction of the bridge and the connecting roads and have those conversations with you before diggers and bulldozers start arriving, then that would be a very useful thing to be able to do. In fact, ideally, we'd like to reflect some sort of arrangement in the procurement process for the bridge and connecting roads.
Thank you.
Just you haven't agreed on the contract. Have you let the contracts to a particular contractor yet?
No, we haven't. We have come to an arrangement with NZTA Whakatau for them to procure the entire project. You might know the project is a joint venture really between Whakatau and Ashburton District Council. They're primarily focused on the bridge. We're focused on the connecting roads, but we are procuring it as one project and have reached agreement with Whakatau to be the lead agency. So they're in the process of getting ready to tender and procure the contractor, but that has not been done yet.
Thank you. Vicky, Councillor Southworth.
Good. Kia ora. Hi, thanks for bringing these various points, and it's really clearly laid out. Thank you for that. In terms of the universal annual general charge, because you raised that, I think, most years from Ashburton District, and just looking at the two examples you've given of the rural and the urban, and you've raised the concern around the really high percentage increase for the lower value urban property there. But with our universal annual charge sitting where it is, my understanding is currently it would only reduce the rates. If we push that up, it reduces rates for property. I think the break-even point's around about $1 million worth of property. So anything worth more than that, the rates start to come down. Well, anything lower than that, and the less the value of the property, the more the increase is on that property by using that UAGC to a greater effect. So how do you sit with that? Because it seems quite contradictory to the concern you're bringing here to us.
Perhaps I could attempt to answer that. I think our council's concern rests around the fact that we utilise the UAGC to the full extent the law allows, i.e. up to 30% of essentially non-targeted rates. And that works for us, and believe it might work for ECAN. I think the absence of information that we have, Councillor, is that we don't believe we've had a explanation to the sort of detail that you might have to consider its impacts, and that might be a perfectly plausible answer, and that issue might be resolved for us. But it goes to the final point that our Deputy Mayor made around getting a specific answer on the basis of why you do or don't utilise the UAGC in a particular way, because we don't have access to that information. We don't know that impact is what would happen in your case. And perhaps if we did understand it more fully and had a specific answer, that might help us see why you don't use it to the extent that we do here.
That's great, thank you.
Thanks. Ultimately, I think that was a council decision as well, Hamish, so that's often where it falls as well. So I think you can understand that.
Indeed.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Mackay?
My understanding is, with regard to the increases, that you guys, so Ashburton District had a revaluation done last year. Is that's correct? Similarly as Selwyn. So
yes, it is. Yep.
Could it be that the urban properties have increased in value relative to rural properties?
Yeah, that could be the case. So I think that when we receive a letter from you, having those answers detailed would be appreciated.
Thank you. Good point. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Swiggs, Dion.
I may as well ask this. You talked about, thank you for your submission, and nice to see you on the screen up there. You talk about the challenges for ratepayers, the affordability of rates increases, which we're all hearing from all of our constituents all the time. But you're advocating for us to keep in one of the most expensive increases that we have, which is the total mobility, which is contributing to around the region about 15% of the increase that we've got at the moment. Great service, potentially unsustainable in the current way that it's been funded through the rate system. Do you guys have any experience on how that's been utilised in your part of the region, and any potential ideas about how we may be able to make that more sustainable in the future to help with that rates affordability issue?
I'm not sure, but I think because we don't have any other public transport, people who do use the total mobility scheme, that's their only option. And I don't know where we go from there. I mean, I think if it wasn't an option in our district, it would cause quite a bit of distress to a lot of residents because they would not be able to get around to appointments, etc. I mean, we do have the Community Vehicle Trust, but it's set up in such a way that it brings people from outside of the Ashburton Township into Ashburton for their appointments, etc. So total mobility is a necessity when we don't have any other public transport available. Hamish, you might want to add something else.
I think in the absence of a public transport service in the Ashburton district, we don't have very strong knowledge as to how public transport is funded in other parts of the region. And when we see trials, I remember the trial of the My Way in Timaru, and we asked if we could have a trial too, and we couldn't. We see a trial of a service in Selwyn. We don't know how any of those things are funded, either for the trial or for the ongoing delivery of that service. All we are really reflecting is the feedback we get in this office for the need for some form of public transport and the complete absence of it now. And we would benefit from working perhaps more closely with those in much greater position of knowledge than us to understand how that currently works, how that might work in the future, could a trial be funded here, how might a service work here. And we don't have the answers, Councillor. I'm sorry, we just are reflecting the need that the community expresses to us, but we don't have the same.
Thank you.
Trial.
No, thanks for that. Yeah. I think there's you've brought up something that maybe we need to progress here, and I'll put my thinking cap especially on that. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme about. I mean, we haven't decided to go with the Selwyn trial, of course. That was out for consultation, and we're having the feedback now, so that'll be something for us all to look at. But the main thing is it is targeted rated within the districts and areas that get any public transport uplift. So, and then we're having the crossover with, I think, the Vehicle Trust and the Total Mobility Services, and trying to figure that out, especially where you've got a lot of urban growth in sort of more traditionally rural districts. So that is an ongoing challenge that I think we do need to face. But yeah, great to be able to work together on that going forward. Peter's got a question.
Yeah, a bit of a comment and a question also, I guess. The mix that Craig just spoke about specific public transport, which is a route in a system that operates every 20 minutes, every 5 minutes, or whatever it is, a specific bus system, which is massively expensive to put in place and a bit of a drain, I guess, on ratepayers. And then you've got total mobility services, which you are taking up, are getting picked up in the Ashburton district, and you've got community vehicles trusts. And I understand it's McFadden that has the community vehicle. Is that right, Liz?
No, it's actually based in Ashburton because that's where all our volunteer drivers are, but the majority of the people that use it come from McFadden into Ashburton.
Oh, okay. So I think what we're hearing now is that, there's some sort of hybrid model we need to put our heads around to try and get sorted out for the delivery of those services. I mean, you've got a hugely expensive system in Timaru, which they were lucky to put in place in terms of My Way. And then we've got the big bus route system. There's got to be something between those that we can put our heads around. So I look forward to working with you on that.
John?
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Liz, for the submission. More than happy to engage in a conversation, and I wonder whether you shouldn't sort of formally ask us to meet and have some conversation about what the hypothetical might look like, and that might just give us a wee bit more of an avenue to sit down. I mean, the answer may be no, who knows, but a formal kind of request for some consultation between ourselves might be able to see a way forward, and I'm more than happy to go into bat for that conversation. I'm well aware of the issues within Ashburton. I'm looking at a significant event in a couple of years' time. You have 3 or 4 taxis, no Uber, and no other opportunity. So, yeah, genuinely understand the issues for you, let alone those that might be coming into the community. So, thanks.
And happy, Vicky,
Thanks,
if you've got
Josh.
last question, because we do have 20 minutes for a district council submission. So there you go.
Actually, I was just going to just give you a piece of information that's actually in the back of the draft annual plan. I don't know if you've gone through ours with the fine-tooth comb, but for the Ashburton and Tynwald urban area total mobility only, the rate in there is $2.49 per 100,000 of property value. So I don't know if you've seen that, but just to put it in context, so sometimes the percentage increases can look a lot, but actually in real dollars, it's perhaps not so much. But for your 680,000 urban property, that's about $17 added in. And I think that might be a new rate this year. So that could explain a little bit of the additional charge that you've got. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky. And I think the other thing, Hamish and Liz, around the funding for public transport, of course, is 50% of it is from Ōtautahi, from central government. And but normally for a trial, if it's not pre-approved, then we have to 100% target rate it to the ratepayers. So that becomes a challenge to do trials, because you can't get that 50% support unless you do a pre-approval, and that can take a while. So, and of course, at the moment, the the National Land Transport Fund isn't that favourable for these sorts of things. So, but it is worth advocating to central government as well, because eventually they pay half of it. So that's something that we can all do together through the Regional Transport Committee. So, thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's all our questions, and thanks so much for your time, Liz and Hamish. Have a great day. It looks sunny there in Ashburton, so enjoy your afternoon. Kia ora.
That's lovely. Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Bye.
Thank you.
So, councillors, we have another bit of a break now. I know that can be a bit inconvenient for people, but it's because people pick their own times, and I think that is a better way to do it. And the people that we have later, this is the only time they could do. So that's why there's a bit of a break now. Some people were working around their own jobs, etc. So we do have a bit of a wait till 3:50 is our next time, but I'm sure councillors will find something to do in the interim, and we'll be back here to hear those submissions at 3:50. So kia ora. Adjourn till then.
Okay. Kia ora, councillors. Welcome back to the break. You've got me for the afternoon. And the first presentation, or the first people up, we've got River Lockwood from the from the Ecan Youth Ropu. You have come to the table.
He's with Joseph Fullerton.
Joseph Fullerton. Oh, g'day, Joseph. How are you? Thank you very much, guys, for coming in and doing the presentation on behalf of the Youth Ropu. You've got 10 minutes. You can take the time however you want. My suggestion would be to leave a few minutes for questions at the end. Over to you guys.
Kia ora koutou, we're Joseph and River from the Ecan Youth Ropu. For those who do not know, we are an apolitical youth group designed to amplify the voice of youth. We're here to speak on the new changes coming into effect on our public transport system. But before we begin, we would like to reiterate that these decisions will directly affect youth in Waitaha.
So as you know, the Ecan Youth Ropu is an organisation that was founded to facilitate a two-way relationship between Ecan and youth in the Waitaha region. And we hope that Ecan will continue to seek out and hear from youth voices and perspectives on these matters, as well as maintaining the public transport system and maintaining all levels of service, because these are really important to young people. And as we know, I'm not sure how much demographic data Ecan has collected from this round of submissions, but there's always room for improvement in the field of getting more voices at the table, and it's really important that Ecan continues to consider the voices of people who are going to be affected for the rest of our lives and who might not necessarily have the ability to directly vote on who a councillor is, or to come into a council session, for example, during school or university hours. And back to you, River.
As a Ropu, we're always in support of initiatives that increase the accessibility of public transport, as it allows easier access for our communities and is a valuable tool in climate mitigation. On this basis, here is our submission. For this consultation, we support 2 zones rather than 3, as it is more equitable for people in the more distant zones, allowing greater ease of access in and out of the city, which provides more connected communities. On the new route Darfield to Ralston, we are in support of public transport, but as this is a targeted rate, we feel that people most affected should have the say on this. We support the new improvements on Route 85, as we believe that public transport is beneficial for the environment, and as these improvements will increase patronage on that route, it will also be beneficial for the environment. But in saying this, we also believe that the people who are most affected by these new changes should have the greatest say. Amongst the other issues brought up, we would like to mention our PT Futures, MRT, and Regional Rail, and Total Mobility, Amongst the, we are fully supportive of Ecan's involvement with PT's Future, and we're excited to see the work that is done with that. For example, Turn Up and Go is already underway, and it's a great movement. For the MRT, we are slightly disappointed that the funding has been moved away, as we believe it is integral for a growing city and would be greatly beneficial for Christchurch as a community. We think that regional rail is very promising, as it will allow more accessibility in Canterbury, benefiting the environment and communities. It would also increase patronage, specifically with people who are not able to drive, such as youth and elderly. Total Mobility is a brilliant scheme and one that we wish will continue and grow to better help people with disabilities. Thank you all so much. That is our final, that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, River, for your submission. Is there any questions from councillors? First up, we've got Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thank you. And as always, it's great to see the participation of your rupu, and I really value that and value you coming along. Look, you're talking about the equity around zone movement. We've heard a number of submissions talking about perhaps it's the lack of equity, having 2 zones, for example. Rolleston to Templeton is 2 zones, whereas Templeton to Sumner is 1 zone. Do you have any thoughts around potentially when Motu Move comes in, tagging on, tagging off based on distance? Do you think that would be a way to do it?
To be honest, we don't really have many opinions on that.
in general, would emphasise that the youth concession is really valuable for keeping young people engaged on public transport, and we hope that it's going to continue to remain affordable for young people.
And can I just follow up with another one? Some of the other stuff that we've heard is the importance of the socialisation for young people, especially in some of those rural, semi-rural connects. And have you got any comment on that, just as a cold comment?
Yeah, it's really important to be able to give everyone in the region access to all of the amenities that are available in the region, and public transport is a pretty key way of getting people connected.
Councillor Southworth, and then Councillor Scott, and then Councillor Robinson. Yes.
No, I was actually going to ask exactly a question about the social isolation or inability. One thing, I guess, of relevant specifically, because we've heard today that youth and elderly are, you're in those phases of life where you don't have access often to a car, and it's not so easy to get around. But one of the things here is about the time that buses finish in the day. Can be relatively early. So is that something that you've got an opinion on?
In general, we'd like to see increased levels of service for all public transport fields, including in frequency and in the duration of the day that it's offered.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, and thanks for your continued involvement in the work that you're doing. My question is around safety on buses and how young people now see themselves and how safe do they feel on travelling. We went through a period of time where the bus exchange in Riccarton was a pretty gnarly place for young people to be, and we put some security services on. Have you got a comment on how that's working out, how safe you feel?
Yeah, I definitely reckon since security's come in, it's felt a lot more safer. You hear a lot less stories of stuff that happens at the bus interchange. Like before that, yeah, I was hearing stories almost monthly of bad things happening there, but it's been great. And yeah, to continue that safety would be amazing. Yeah.
But of course, we shouldn't let the cost of security lead to decreases in levels of service for the buses.
Councillor Robinson.
Thanks so much. Just to comment on, well, actually a question regarding your number 9 on the Lagoima requests and the charges that could accompany that. What is your key concern about that? I'm looking at it now and I'm seeing a cost of $44 per half hour after the first hour. And I'm just wondering if you've had issues looking at the past Lagoima and the responses on our public-facing page. Have you seen any of those, or?
As EYR, I don't think we've done any Lagoimas in recent months. It was more a general comment about how information should be attainable. That's one of the values in our foundation document, that we believe that information should be attainable, and in general we'd like to see ECAN take a stronger focus on using plain language wherever possible so that more people can understand the comms that are being put out.
Yep.
Do you therefore think that past Lagoima request should be made public on our website?
Yes.
Any other councillors with questions? No? Okay, thank you so much, River and Joseph, for coming to us. It's the courage for you guys to come in and present to us is admirable, and also for the work that the youth roper is doing is great. So thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing from you guys again in the next time we see you. So the next person we have, you can leave now. Thank you. The next person is Christine Rose. Is Christine online? Excellent. So the next person we have is Christine Rose. Christine, you have 10 minutes. Kia ora, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk to my submission.
You've got 10 minutes. You can use that time however you want. Over to you.
Thanks everybody, and I know that you will have had a long couple of days hearing from submitters. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak to our submission to the ECAN annual plan on behalf of Maui and Hector's Dolphin Defenders. We recently had a 2-month tour around the South Island, talking to the people everywhere, but in particular thousands of people around Canterbury about Hector's dolphins. And our thousands of signed up members, they come from all over New Zealand, but have a particular interest in Canterbury, where many of them come from. And when we were on New Brighton Beach, we were lucky enough, it was Kite Day, and people were so engaged with the issue of Hector's dolphins and the Hector's dolphins in the surf as we were talking to people. And we got a real strong sense wherever we went, but on New Brighton Beach, but across the country, talking to Cantabrians about Hector's dolphins. And we know that they're really close to people's hearts and they want to see them saved. And ECAN has a particular role to play in Hector's dolphins protection, and it's an honoured role and something that you can have a really meaningful input in. And so while it's said that there are 9,000 to 15,000 Hector's dolphins, it hides the fact that they're found in distinct populations around the country with little or no mixing between them. And so the Canterbury populations around Banks Peninsula, off Pegasus Bay, Timaru, Kaikoura, they are distinct populations. And even in Kaikoura, the populations either side of the Hikurangi Trench, while they might mix, there's no evidence of them breeding. And so some of these numbers are as low as 100 individuals, and elsewhere in the country as low as 40 individuals. And so it's not that it's all fine because there might be 15,000 of them across the country. Every dolphin life matters, and we got a real strong sense of that from people in Christchurch and Canterbury and the country when we were down there. The Canterbury Hector's dolphins are under particular pressure for a number of reasons, including that most of the Hector's dolphins reported killed by the fishing industry, now that we've got cameras on boats, are in Canterbury waters. There's a huge amount of pressure on those dolphins from the industry, and the government says it's okay to kill 20 a year, every year. And they are now in a position, the government, where they have to reconsider that calculation because they recognise that more dolphins are being killed than they realised, and they didn't account for the fact that pregnant females and females generally are being killed, and they're critical to the continuation of these populations. So a heavily pregnant female with her female calf was killed in a set net off Kaikoura, along with another female in November 2023, for example. And that obviously takes out not just this generation of dolphins, but future generations as well. There were 6 Hector's dolphins killed off Pegasus Bay since the rollout of cameras in October 2023, all reported by the fishing industry. There was 1 in Banks Peninsula and 7 in Timaru. And that's just those reported. And not all boats have cameras, and not all camera footage is reviewed. Dolphins also fall out of the nets that they're drowned in, so these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. And unfortunately, trawlers can fish within 1 nautical mile of shore, really close, and we've got photos of them fishing only about 100 metres from shore. So not just a risk to dolphins, but to penguins, and to recreational fishing interests as well. The bycatch reduction plan annual report that just came out at the end of April has got particular relevance to ECAN, since so many of the Hector's dolphins are there and being killed there. The bycatch reduction plan annual report found that 12 of the 15 Hector's dolphin deaths in the 2023 to 24 reporting period were killed by bottom trawling. All deaths were in 10 to 23 metres of water and at speeds under 3 nautical miles, so really close to shore. And 6 of them were within 2 nautical miles of shore, core Hector's dolphin habitat, and all perfectly legal. In 5 instances, the fishing industry ignored closed areas where dolphins had already been killed. So when dolphins get killed, the government works with the fishing industry to come up with some plans as part of this bycatch reduction plan where they agree that these areas will be closed, but it's a voluntary regime, and so that's why the fishing industry can just go back into these places where they've killed dolphins and kill more. And on at least 4 occasions, the same fishing boats killed Hector's dolphins, then went out and killed more. In at least one instance within that reporting period, a Hector's dolphin killed as bycatch was falsely reported as another species. And it was only when the camera footage was reviewed that it was determined that it wasn't a dusky dolphin as reported, but an endangered Hector's dolphin. So it's pretty grim, and the direct threats from the fishing industry in Canterbury waters is huge, and something that ECAN can regulate under its regional coastal plan, and we urge you to do so. But while the fishing industry's set and trawl nets are the dolphins' greatest threats, there are others. Marine industrial activities such as pile driving and seismic testing for the Littleton port expansion can and does have detrimental impacts. Boat strike is a real cause of concern and is causing dolphin deaths, with at least 4 dolphins killed from being hit by boats in recent years, including a calf off Littleton earlier this year. Tourism impacts are significant, driving dolphins out of their habitat into unprotected waters. Both cruise ships and smaller tourism excursion, encounter and swim with vessels are applying cumulative pressure on already diminished and vulnerable populations. And then there's disease and pollution. And obviously disease and pollution are harder to address, but we can and must address those direct causes of death and impact on Hector's dolphins. ECAN must protect Hector's through its regional plan, and can and should also take a strong advocacy role so that these little dolphins, where Canterbury is a stronghold, are safe and recover for the future. ECAN should acknowledge and must acknowledge that no Hectors should be killed by the fishing industry. It must review its regional coastal plan to ensure that fisheries management provisions are banned where they currently allow trawl and set nets in Hector's habitat. And Hectors should be protected from set and trawl net bycatch throughout their range, out to 20 nautical miles or 100 metres deep. And you should encourage and urge the government to back up legal protection through expanded onboard camera coverage and monitoring, compliance and enforcement, because there has never, ever been a prosecution for anybody that's killed a Hector's dolphin, and that must end, because otherwise there will continue to be no incentives for the killing of these little dolphins that are only found here in Aotearoa, and which are particular to Canterbury and a treasure for us all. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Christine. Have I got questions from councillors? No, it seems like you've got your point across very, very well there, Christine. It was a good submission. Thank you so much. Oh no, we've got one from Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. And just in terms of the coastal plan, like we are looking to do a targeted coastal plan first, and then build on that for a full coastal plan review in our integrated plan. I think you've worked in planning in the past from memory, so you thought I'd beat your brain. So I mean, in the sort of earlier evolution or the sort of first, this early targeted report, is there something that you feel we could look to do in that very first part of our piece of work on the coastal plan? And perhaps something that another regional council has done that you could see us sort of being able to sort of lift and do.
Yeah, thank you. And my background is in regional government, and I've done a lot of research as a political studies graduate in local government policy making. And so it's something that I've got a particular interest in and a lot of experience in. And I spend a lot of time as a regional councillor advocating for Maui and Hector's dolphins, both within planning processes and as an advocate and across local government New Zealand. And so there are statutory opportunities as well as non-statutory opportunities. But those statutory opportunities are really significant right at the moment. And, you know, we know, of course, about the case law, the Motiti case and the Far North Regional Plan as well. And while obviously, you know, there's been some pushback by central government, Shane Jones in particular, about those planning mechanisms, and, you know, he's tightened up the ways that that can be achieved, it's very clear that that is still a really important vehicle for regional councils to have sovereignty over their local waters and the species that live within them. And I think one reservation I've probably got about the ECAN planning process is that it's quite limited in the geographic range, and the dolphins outside that range will continue to be at risk. And that does create some risks in terms of dolphins that are being killed, but also the churn and the expense of coming along both the expense in lives lost, but the expense in having to relitigate it all again later. So, I mean, I recognise the pragmatic limitations that have led the council to, you know, have a limited expense for that plan review, but it does mean that plan is really important, both to establish the planning principles, to argue the case, and to protect dolphins now while you can.
Oh, well, so thanks, Christine. I was looking at the time. I was looking at the time up there because we were started at 4, and we've pretty much come to the end of the time now. But I was just had councillors sort of looking at me there. I was thinking, okay, what's going on here? But thank you so much, Christine, for your presentation and your submission. It is much appreciated, and we'll take that on. Thank you. So now, councillors, we've got.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Councillors, we've just got a small change to the order of our run sheet for the rest of the day. So we've got Sara Barker will come in very shortly, and then at 4:30, then 4:40 we have Maree Gray, and then afterwards we will have Ashley Campbell at 4:50. So welcome to the table. Has this Sara that we've got at the Sara? So welcome, Sara and Thomas. Thomas, nice, welcome. So Sara and Thomas, on behalf of the Oxford Ōhauka Community Board, you will have 10 minutes to speak, present however you want, but leave some time for questions at the end.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you all. We, as a community board, try and keep our lines of communication open with ECAN as much as possible. Claire is great at coming along to our meetings and getting a good knowledge of what's going on in our ward. I assume that our submission has been read. It may sound familiar because we tend to submit the same submission every year. On that note, that can get a little bit frustrating, I suppose, that we are submitting the same things year after year. It gets to the point where you feel like perhaps you aren't really being heard or listened to. There are other people that we've spoken to on community boards who have actually decided that they will no longer submit to ECAN because they simply don't feel like there's a point. So it just might be worthwhile considering how much of that really localized voice that you do hear and what you do with that information. I will leave public transport up to Thomas to talk about. He'll talk about that shortly. One thing that we do really need to be aware of is that we are in a rural area. We don't have any accessibility to public transport. Within our communities and around our schools in particular, I think we need to have a think about transport. There is talk about the rural bus services being reduced for our students to get to school. That needs to be kept a very close eye on, we believe, and if that does come down to it, we would really be wanting some support from ECAN and district councils to get on board and really help those schools out and keeping those buses alive. Water, drainage, flooding in our ward is quite a significant issue. We're quite lucky with the latest lot of rain that the groundwater table was low. Our ward tends to get quite affected when the groundwater is higher than 10 metres or 12 to 10 metres high. We get the resurgence occurring, and this is causing quite a lot of problems within our area. It's something that our council, the Waimak District Council, really needs to get a really good handle on. They're looking at coming up with some strategies to help cope with that. I believe that ECAN is going to need to play a huge role in that and probably have a lot of information that we could use to assist us in making decisions in that space. We as a board really strongly believe in keeping a really close eye on our groundwater, how it's used, and keeping it to a level that is able to be used by our private well owners, of which we have quite a few. After the last lot of rain, it would have been interesting to do some rounds of testing on our shallow wells to see just how much contamination occurred. So any sort of initiatives or results that are coming back that you guys are doing on your wells would be really greatly received for our board, so that we can inform our community about what they need to do after events like that. River maintenance, I will leave to Thomas, because it is something he can talk about. The other one thing is that we are very aware of is the applications coming through into our district for landfills, quarries being backfilled and turned into landfills. We're really concerned about this. As a board, we have been quite actively involved in the Woodstock Quarries application. We have found that Environment Canterbury, actually, we were quite proud of the work that your staff did in that space with the commissioners. When that was under hearing, it's currently in Environment Court at the moment, and we've got until next Tuesday, I think, to decide whether we enter into mediation. For us as board, we think mediation is off the table because, quite simply, we think it is a very dangerous thing to put the type of materials that are willing to be accepted into these landfills into privately owned companies. Cape Valley is a great resource that we have, keeps everything in one space. So we would, as a board, really encourage ECAN to be very stringent and very strict on the types of landfill applications that are coming through, and make sure that we aren't burdening our future generations with ad hoc landfills around the districts that inevitably have to be maintained. So they'll have to be coming up with money to keep their maintenance under control for forever into the future, and also the potential for them to become an environmental hazard as well. So that is one thing that we'd really support ECAN on, being really strict and holding your criteria right up there for any other applications that come through. Thomas, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks for the opportunity to come and talk to you today. Just real quickly, a couple of points. Public transport. Currently, there's a big gap in the particularly Oxford area in public transport, which is being filled by not-for-profit organisations. In there, it talks about the Oxford Community Trust filling that gap. And just for a bit of background information, for those of you who don't know the work that the Trust does, they provide youth trips into town on a regular basis. They facilitate young people getting to and from tertiary education. They facilitate elderly trips into Rangiora and Christchurch for things like shopping, as well as medical appointments. So there is a definite need there for a public transport service, but it's almost hidden by the work that the Trust does, and the Trust doesn't want to stop doing that work because it would leave a need there, but that need isn't going to be visible until they come out of that gap. And if something was to happen to the Trust, whether they lost funding or weren't able to provide those services, it would be a big issue for the community. And that's probably what we wanted to highlight around that last point. There is a rural gap there, but as you know, our rural communities get in and make solutions to these things, these issues, but quite often group organisations like ECAN should be picking that up with providing a more reliable public transport service that isn't relied on volunteer hours to sustain them. And the other point that I wanted to talk about was just river maintenance. Obviously, again, rural area, lots of farmers that live alongside of these, alongside of the Waimak, the Eyre and the Ashley, are really concerned about how shingle extraction is being managed, and particularly in the Eyre River. We regularly talk to farmers that they may not border the river, but they may be within 100 metres of the river, who are really concerned and don't have the ability to help take material out of the river, but quite often say would be willing to do it and help ECAN and the Waimea District Council clear some of that shingle out, but don't have the ability to. So just making it easier for companies and farmers and anyone to help take the burden of that off ECAN would be a good first step, because it is becoming more and more of an issue, particularly, as I said, particularly the Eyre River, because there's so much shingle in the higher sections, particularly around Points Road. You look at pictures 10 years ago of the Points Road Bridge, it's like a metre higher underneath the bridge, and that's a regularly cleared spot. So it is a significant issue in that area, and as I say, we do regularly hear about it. So just making it easier for people to help take some of that burden off would be a good first step, but also make it easier for companies to actually have shingle extraction permits as well. But that's obviously a more technical one. But yeah, thank you.
Is that the end of? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I think I've got a question here from Councillor Mackenzie. Is there any other councillors that wanted to? Councillor Mackay, and then Councillor Edge, and then Robinson. And then, if we've got time, Councillor East.
Thank you for your submission. In terms of river management and flow control, and you talk about linking that to groundwater and a whole lot of other stuff, are you familiar with what we've started with the Selwyn district in terms of a whole of catchment approach, rating everybody and giving our rivers team the flexibility to go outside the current rating districts, river rating districts, so they can do work wherever it's required to manage the whole of the river system as one? Are you familiar with that? And if you're not, if you are, it would be good to get your input. And it would be good to get your input into what you'd like from a Waimak district or Ashley River in its entireties from a catchment perspective. And if you're not familiar with it, would you like to be?
I seem to recall reading something maybe in a past plan that you had about the Ashburton rivers, was it, and as well of the people that are in that catchment is particularly having to pay for the maintenance of it, and those outside of it don't. We're sort of coming across a similar thing with the drainage rates in the Waimak District Council too, and the feel for that. And I think river maintenance too is to do a district-wide approach, because it doesn't just benefit the people that live directly up against those rivers, it directly benefits everybody in that district. So a district-wide approach makes a lot more sense rather than targeted rates.
Look, I don't want to hold up this conversation, Dion, but we'd be more than happy to come and talk to your community group through Claire. Just get it organised, and then we can tell you what we're getting on, because we want you guys to drive it, not us to tell you what the solution is.
Councillor Mackay.
Well, Councillor Mackenzie's just stolen a bit of my thunder, but I would just say I do appreciate, Sara, you coming and Thomas coming, because we do hear the same things time and time again, but we have a lot of viewpoints from various groups that come to us in community across the wider Canterbury region. So I'm disappointed to hear that community boards don't feel heard, because we do sit here and listen, but we can't actually do everything all the time. But one thing I hope that you that I have been able to do for you, and it spun out of a conversation that both Councillor Mackenzie and I had at the District Council meeting recently around the issue that he just noted around what perhaps a new rating option might look like to pull in particularly the Ashley, was coming back and talking to the community boards such as yourself around why we perhaps have a resurgence and flooding in some of our rivers and river gravel and things like that, bed height. And so staff have offered that, haven't they? And so we'll probably try and get that organised sooner rather than later, I think.
On that topic, it is, I think our community boards are quite quite valued in our communities. So I think that we all of our community boards in our ward, in our district actually are very hands-on. They're very knowledgeable. We are a great resource to tap into. So I do think that that is something that you really should consider doing more and getting those, that really grounds on voice heard.
Councillor Edge, if it's quick, we'll let you have your question.
Yes,
and then we'll have to move on.
A bit similar to Councillor Mackay. Are you aware? You had a comment on work on groundwater flows and groundwater health and those sort of things. A lot of work was done as part of the PC7 process a long time ago, and there is some ongoing work by the district council in terms of the community wells. Have you attended any presentations from Gerard Cleary and the community board? I mean, I remember coming to that board with you, a very good presentation about that. Are you still concerned about some aspects in the district?
Gerard is the manager on our community board, so we have a very close relationship with him and conversations. I'm on drainage boards, 2 drainage boards and saltwater race committees, so I have very good knowledge of it as well. We certainly have got a hydrology issue. We've got engineers in our council and very good ones at that. We don't have any hydrologists. What we need is a lot more information in that field.
We'll have to move on. Sorry, Councillor Edge, but thank you so much, Sara and Thomas, for coming to us again. And I just want to reassure you that when you do present to us, we do listen. As you would know, that local government is challenging to sort of always do what everybody wants, but we do listen and we are trying to implement some of these things that you were asking. So thank you again for your time. Now we have Maree Gray online. Maree Gray. So Maree has 2 submissions. Maree, if you're there, you can turn your camera on if you wish. But you have 10 minutes for each of your submissions. You can use your time however you wish. Maybe you want to do your first submission and then your second submission. So I think your first one on our list is towards pest-free Waitaha. So if you start with that, and then we'll ask some questions, and then we'll move into your second 10-minute submission after that. Over to you.
Kia ora. Nā rā te mihi mai o hā ki a koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon on Teams. So my first submission is on towards Pest Free Waitaha, which is a newly formed network of organisations working to make Waitaha, Canterbury pest and predator free. And I've spoken a number of times to ECAN's councillors in my previous capacity with the Summit Road Society and Predator Free Port Hills. Pest Free Waitaha is about building on the work of Pest Free Binks Peninsula, but thinking wider into the entire Waitaha or Canterbury region. One of the real drivers for this is looking at what's happening across the country. So when you look at Predator Free Wellington, some amazing work is going on there with elimination programs and community-based trapping programs as well. And that program enjoys something like 96% support from ratepayers, because the vast majority of those programs, there's some government funding around the elimination, but where those programs got started was with support from local government and also support from the Next Foundation, which is a philanthropic organisation. So we want to get to the support to a point where we see amazing community support from the residents of Waitaha, really the entire ECAN catchment, and that they want their rates to be used to support our native biodiversity, because we know that our native biodiversity really needs 3 things to thrive. We need habitat protection and restoration. We need to remove pests and predators, and we need to remove weeds or control weeds. Those are the 3 big focus areas to enable our native biodiversity to thrive. And so our focus in pest-free Waitaha is specifically on predators and pests, and mammalian predators and pests, but working with a number of other organisations on similar kaupapa. And so we need to work collaboratively to build that momentum in Waitaha, Canterbury. It's not there now. There's lots of great stuff happening, but it's very it's not all connected up, and there are so many gaps in terms of what needs to be done. And so ECAN's work in this area is incredibly forward-thinking. The work around the Pest-Free Binks Peninsula targeted rate really was instrumental in getting that government funding for those elimination programs on Kaitariti and over on the far side of the peninsula. ECAN has, through its Christchurch Binks Peninsula biodiversity targeted rate, has now been able to support the predator-free activator across Christchurch and Binks Peninsula. Now, that role was a similar role was funded by Predator Free New Zealand Trust through some DOC funding, but that was only for a year. That funding ran out. It was doing amazing good about connecting up all these different groups, and thanks to that funding from ECAN, it's able to continue for another year. So this work, it is about building the support, building the awareness, building the knowledge, connecting up groups so that they can learn from each other. We're not reinventing the wheel. And also it's an excellent use of ECAN resources because it leverages the powers of volunteers and of the community. And ultimately, ECAN, like all other local government, is dependent on the support of the communities it serves. So that work is incredibly important. So just to finalise the submission, it's to talk to that grant funding, the grant funding that ECAN support provides, and other local government like the CCC. It is actually the backbone of the conservation sector in Canterbury. Without that support from a local government, many initiatives can't get off the ground, or they sort of stumble along, and providing those grants is essential for protecting the wellbeing of our environment, but also of our communities, because the two are interconnected. So just a big shout out for all your work in this area, and keep doing more in this space.
Thank you, Maree. Thanks for the submission. Is there any questions from councillors on the submission? Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, kia ora, Maree. Thanks for your presentation. I'm just worried, I saw you and you spoke at the Predator 2050 event that was at St Aldersgate, and the Wellington work was really impressive. Is there any reason why Christchurch couldn't achieve the same sort of results that they were achieving, and I guess if we are to, what key things might we need to be doing in order to get to that level of achievement across the city?
Yes, so Wellington is a great example. Wellington has had a different journey than Christchurch with predator free, and I think for Christchurch in particular, the earthquakes took a lot of time and attention, and so we're kind of slower, but we sort of we're gathering some momentum to catch up with that. So what happened in Wellington is you had a lot of community-based work that really helped build that community support, backyard trapping groups across Wellington. And then, because thanks to a rate that they have from Greater Wellington, they were able to provide co-funding to match some significant government funding around an elimination program on Miramar. And it's just like, once you start to embark on that work and you see the results that achieves, it speaks for itself. Wellington has also got the advantage of having Zealandia, so they've got that amazing biodiversity already in the city. But here in Canterbury, we do have some amazing biodiversity, especially out on the peninsula and up kind of up in the Selwyn area, up near the Alps, and on Christchurch itself, on the Port Hills, there are some really great examples of remnant biodiversity. We've got our wetland species. We do have it. It's just not all connected up, and that's why there's a lot of work now to reconnect that habitat. But when people see a piwai waka in their backyard or a kiriru in their backyard, they are quite simply delighted. And so the more we do, the more we build the support of the community behind us. And that's why investing in this community work helps to build that support. It is going to be a harder, I think, harder than it was for Wellington to build that community support, because we don't have a Zealandia or something similar, but we can do it. We've just got to start early and build up to a point where we're hoping after 2030 that there will be much bigger money available to look at elimination programs. So the Peace-Free Waitaha, we're focusing on possums, like what can you do around the elimination of programs? Possums, so you're looking at Peace-Free Banks Peninsula, extending across to the wider peninsula, looking at the plains and what can be done around the elimination of possums on the plains. And then lastly, probably looking at Christchurch City, because Christchurch City, it's not the technical challenge. Like, technically it's difficult, but it's achievable with the resources and the skills and the expertise. But it's the social license of the community that people see that possums are a problem, and it is to our all of our benefit to invest in their elimination. So it's that community and social work, I think, that needs to be our focus over the coming years.
Councillor Robinson.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Maree. Just some of the work that's going on in urban Christchurch as well is making some big strides. I've noticed since I moved here in 2011, even in the past year, some of the bird life in my own backyard, from including bellbird and tui at the local school. That's a big difference. Coming from Dunedin, where we woke up to bird song like that, you just didn't get it here since the quakes. That's where I've seen it. So it's really, really good to see. You mentioned about possums. I actually saw my first possum in the city the other day, coming to work in daylight, and it actually walked down the road like a dog and crossed the road in front of traffic. Honestly, I couldn't believe the size of it. So yes, I'm with you on that. And if there's anything we can do as neighbourhood groups and stuff as well, to elaborate on the trapping in your own backyard, I think it's a really good idea, because such small efforts can actually have massive impacts, and I've seen it quite clearly. And the bird survey work, it shows that it's making a difference. So well done. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just even like, and one of the first birds to come back is the piwai waka or the fantail. And once you start to do rat control, that really, noticeable. And when people start it, they say, oh, I've got piwai waka, and then the other birds come. Possums, the reason we're focusing on possums is they are the easiest mammalian predator to eliminate. And a huge threat to our biodiversity and to farm production. But we also have in our science rats, stoats, ferrets, weasels, hedgehogs, feral cats.
Thanks, Maree. We'll move on to your personal submission now, please.
Yeah. Thank you. So this is my personal submission. So I filled out the form for this, and you were specifically seeking feedback on particular matters around the public transport. So I'm a big supporter of public transport. I think it's an investment for the future, and everybody who takes a bus is actually making life much easier for everybody driving a car. And so that the more we see investment in public transport as an investment for the future around creating safer cities, around reducing congestion, reducing carbon emissions and reducing air pollution, I think it's not a cost, it is an investment. So given the constraints that ECAN is working on under that scheme and the expectations of the government, I favoured the 2-zone fare over the 3-zone fare. On the other question around the cost recovery rates, I wanted to see 80% or even higher, in the sense that a lot of these are private developers, and why are the ratepayers of Christchurch subsidising these developers who are often making a very significant profit. If there is a public benefit, yes, I can see the argument for a reduced rate, but for those who are really in it for the profit, I feel that that we should be getting the majority of that cost recovery back. Lastly, there was no place for any other feedback, so that was my other feedback, that we also need the opportunity to talk about other things that are important to us. As I mentioned before, a huge support of investments in climate change resilience and climate change mitigation, protection and restoration of nature, and I think the Christchurch Banks Peninsula biodiversity target rate was an incredible move by this council. I think it is very forward thinking, and I hope that you increase it and extend it in future years. I think that's everything from me. Kia ora.
Thank you, Maree. Is there any questions from councillors on Maree's personal submission? You, Councillor Burns.
This is not really on your submission, but how's the teaching degree going?
Oh, good. Yes, can I just say that it is difficult as a teacher to participate in democracy, and you probably need a late night.
We'll take the suggestion on.
Yeah.
So no other questions from councillors. Hey, Maree, thank you so much for taking your time, and obviously with your schedule and everything, we appreciate you doing making it work for us. So we'll take your points on board and look forward to hearing again from you in the future. Thank you.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui. Ka kite.
Next up, we have Ashley Campbell. Lucky last submission for our 25-26 annual plan. Which is 25-26, isn't it? Yes. My goodness gracious, the years ago. Yeah, I know. There are a few numbers going on in my head, that's for sure. Ashley, you have 10 minutes to speak to your submission, just like everybody else. If you want to use the time however you want to use it, it's up to you, but it's great to see you.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me now. So when I was sitting down to prepare this particular presentation, I realised that there was a common theme to the 2.5 things that I wanted to present on, and that common theme was low public trust of ECAN. Now, I want you to take on board that this is not a criticism of any individual, be they staff or councillor. It's just my honest assessment of what the feeling out there is. One of your councillors last year was criticised for saying that some people refer to the council as can't, but it's true, they do, and actually many do. And it's actually coming from all sides. It's coming from environmentalists, from farmers, from urban and from rural. So it seems to me that taking opportunities to increase public trust and confidence would be a good thing. And I think you've missed a few in this draft annual plan and in the format of the consultation, which is the half. So first one, Aranui buses. Earlier this year, you had a presentation from Christchurch East MP Reuben Davis and Pam Williams, who presented a 600 signature petition to bring back buses to Aranui. And several of you supported that. Yet there's absolutely nothing in this draft annual plan that addresses that concern. In my written submission, I presented a relatively easy and low-cost way to do something about that. Divert 1 or 2 number 5 buses an hour down Portchester Street to take in the Aranui section of the previous 51 bus route. Even if you limited that to 1 bus an hour between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m, that would still be 12 buses a day that the people of Aranui would get that they don't currently have. The route goes past St James School and Haeta Community Campus, so you'd also be offering alternatives to school kids. This plan got quite a bit of public support when I posted it on an Aranui neighbourhood group on Facebook. It also got a lot of traction on my page, reaching more than 3,700 people. And here's a selection of some of the comments that it evoked. What I'm suggesting is you do it as a trial, just as you're doing the trial in Selwyn. Show people that you're listening and that you're open to practical solutions that don't cost much. Okay, so for the second point, it was water. All of Canterbury rather than just Aranui. It's very clear that the quality of our drinking water is a major concern for many people. And it's also very clear that many people do not believe that ECAN is managing this well. Again, I'm not talking about whether you are managing it well, I'm talking about public perception. In March, you received a briefing from 3 public health experts offering a 3-point plan for tackling Canterbury's drinking water source pollution problems. Now, I can appreciate that you might not want to do everything that they've suggested for all sorts of reasons, but surely getting an independent analysis of whether your current rules and regulations are sufficient to meet your current limits is non-controversial. How can you know if you're doing all you can if you don't actually get it audited? And just as importantly, how can public believe you're doing all that you can if you're not open to independent investigation? Taking this step would not commit you to any particular course of action afterwards, but it would give you insight into what's working and what's not, and it would give you solid data on which to base future actions. Making the results publicly available would also give the public confidence that you are being open and honest and go a long way to improving trust. And here's the half point in which I echo the former submitter. As I was preparing my written consultation, I noticed something I really wanted to bring up. Your form was very restrictive, not allowing any room for thoughts or suggestions outside what you specifically wanted to focus on. Now, I'm okay with ignoring that and submitting on what I want, but then I'm experienced at this and not afraid to make myself heard. But a lot of people aren't experienced and are afraid, and your forms pretty much guarantee that you won't hear from them. These were the open-ended questions on this consultation form. Do you have anything else to add regarding the above public transport topics? Do you have anything else to add regarding the proposed fees and charges schedule? Where is the question, is there anything else you'd like to say about our draft annual plan? Or is there anything you think we've missed from our draft annual plan? Give people express permission to submit what they want to submit, rather than what you're directing them to submit. End each consultation with a truly open question, encouraging people to be open with their ideas and solutions. It might be a bit more difficult to categorise them, but you'll end up with better feedback and a constituency that believes you actually want to hear from them. And that is my submission.
Thank you, Ashley. Good points. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Robinson? Councillor Scott?
Oh, thanks, Ashley, and for coming in today. You make a few valid points, actually. What was I going to say? Goodness me. With regards to the scope of the documentation, you actually draw my attention to some things I actually hadn't looked at clearly, and that is, do you think, I guess, and as a question, the scope was too narrow for?
I think you're fully entitled to focus on what you want to focus on, but all it would actually take is an open question at the end. What have we missed? What else would you like to say? You'll get all sorts of stuff, and it will be of varying quality, but some of it will be gold, and it will raise things that this organisation hasn't thought of. That's all I'm saying, yeah.
Councillor Scott?
Yeah, thank you. At the start you said this wasn't supposed to be a criticism. It sounds like one to me. So, but your suggestion about an open-ended question. What do you think? What do you think we've missed?
Well, I concentrated on two of them there. So those were the two things. They weren't actually in your draft annual plan at all. And so I've submitted on two things that weren't in it. Yeah. And I think, I mean, if I can just, if I go back to when I posted on the Aranui Facebook page, I could tell from my page that 33 people clicked on the link that went to your consultation form. And yet in total there were only 8, including mine, submissions directly referencing Aranui. So there were 25 people who were interested enough to click the link and think they might want to do something about it, but didn't. And we don't know what they were going to say, what they thought they might want to say. But they got to the consultation form and decided they didn't want to continue. I think it's too restrictive. And I also, you know, there are some people who are going to be scared the second that you ask them for their name and their address, and they're going, no, I don't want to do that. But I think working the way through that consultation form, it was kind of like, well, yeah, that's interesting, but that doesn't directly affect me, and I don't feel able to comment on it. And this is interesting, but I don't really have I'm not invested in it majorly. Where's the space to say what I want to say? So I guess I'm just saying I work in comms, and it was very clear to me that that form was very strictly directing people to give certain answers. Well, exactly. Exactly.
Councillor Robinson's burning for one last question.
Oh, just with regards to your comments on auditing of our, I guess, rules and regulations, I think that's the wording you said. In what way do you think the rules as applied to like our land and water plan, or in what way do you mean our rules, I guess?
I'd direct you back to that presentation that was given by Marnie Prickett and Tim, I can't quite remember their names. I just thought that what they presented was absolutely excellent. I watched the whole thing, and I thought that their first point about getting an independent audit to see whether the regulations around water quality were actually helping you to meet your goals, or whether they were actually not helping you to meet their goals. And I think the point that I feel they were trying to make is that, the point that I made here is that there's huge public concern everywhere in Canterbury about drinking water, and there's a real feeling of why isn't it getting better? And I have some knowledge of that because I work with scientists who work in this area. But the answer keeps coming back that we're doing all we can, that it takes time, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying that's the way it comes across. And yet nothing's getting better. And so I think the public of Canterbury deserve to know, is what you're doing actually achieving what you want it to do?
Thank you. No, we're out of time now.
Yeah.
Well, no, we'll. You can take that offline if you need to, but I think thank you very much for your presentation, Ashley. It's always a pleasure to have you in the building and sharing your thoughts. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Before we move into the formalities of closing the meeting, I'd just like to thank everybody who has taken the time to present to us over the last 2 days. We've heard a wide range of thoughtful and passionate and constructive submissions, and we sincerely appreciate the efforts of that each and every one who has presented to us has contributed to the process, and the feedback will help us shape the deliberations as we move forward towards finalising the annual plan. So on behalf of the council, thank you to all the submitters, the staff, for putting the time and presenting it to us, and for the councillors for your time and commitment. The next council meeting will be held on Tuesday, the 27th of May 2025, where we will be deliberating for the draft annual plan 2025-26. I'll now invite Councillor Korako to do our closing karakia.
E mihi atu kia koe o te kaiwhakahaere tuarua, ko tēnei karakia whakamutuka. Kia tau ki tātou ki tō tātou whai o tō tātou ariki ki raiti. Me taroha tātua me te whiwhinatahitangi te pairua tapu, ake tonu atu, āmene.
I declare the meeting closed at 16:53. Thank you, everybody.